played, a lot of testimony from police who interviewed witnesses, the key witnesses themselves, including Jussie Smollett. So I don't think it's unusual, and you can't tell much by the fact they came back within 9.5 hours or so.
So, Lair, as you've been describing and explaining this case to us, it's possible the actor could face up to 3 years in prison. But isn't the general sense that he's more likely to have probation if in fact it goes that way?
If he's treated like other defendants at 26th in California and in other courthouses around the state of Illinois, a first-time offender who has behaved himself, has shown up for all of his court hearings, never jumped bond or disappeared, and doesn't pose any sort of threat, typically would get probation after a crime like this if he is convicted. And, you know, it's always the tensest moment of all when the verdict is about to be announced, but it's an awful lot more tense when the defendant is facing years or decades in jail. In this case, it pretty much will be whether Jussie Smollett is convicted and gets a fairly light sentence or is set free and gets no sentence at all.
Can you tell us more, walk us back about the charges that he is facing?
Well, they're felony disorderly conduct charges, and each one involves an alleged lie that he told to Chicago police officers. It's kind of like obstruction of justice, but it's a lesser charge in Illinois. And in these cases, the prosecutors allege that in 6 different cases, he lied to police, he manufactured that crime, and then he lied to police and denied manufacturing the crime. And it's basically, the case comes down to a he said, they said, because he says there was no manufactured crime, that he was honestly a victim, whereas the 2 Osendero brothers say that, in fact, they were put up to it and they were paid to commit the crime. His alleged motive was that he believed he had received a threatening letter, and his bosses, the Empire producers, had not taken the threats
Larry,
against
let's jump
his
in. Larry,
let's go.
Let me jump in. I think we've got some new information. The judge is in the courtroom. The jurors are there. Let's go to Dane Placco and see if we have the verdict. Dane?
All right, everybody, we got a verdict in the Jussie Smollett case.
Down from Casey
Let me know how it
our
sounds.
Fox colleague who's up in the courtroom right now. Judge James Lynn walked into the courtroom about 3 minutes ago. The jury has been brought into the courtroom. Judge Lynn opened up by telling everybody to control their emotions regardless of the verdict. And it sounds as though the verdict is being read at this moment. Again, 6 counts of felony disorderly conduct.
So right now, what's up, Mark? Okay, what's up, my brother Mark Nash in the building. Right now, Mark, we live. We watching Jussie Smollett verdict about to be read. Mark, it's the perfect perspective. You know, we going in on this courtroom. We got to be live, on time, perfect timing. We got to be the first ones there. Let everybody know on YouTube first in the sector. Perfect timing is going to show it live right now. The verdict for Jussie Smollett. I've been showing the whole case. Share the video right now. We about to watch it together. After we see the verdict, let me know. We're going to discuss it. Open up the panel. Y'all know my opinion. I want to know your opinion on Jussie Smollett. I've already given my opinion. I believe it's double jeopardy. He already got probation and $10,000 fine.
Right now, Jussie Smollett has been found guilty of disorderly conduct, but it's a felony disorderly conduct. It is Larry was just explaining that does carry a potentially longer
Jussie Smollett guilty.
Possibly 3 years.
Jussie Smollett guilty.
The attorneys
Jussie Smollett guilty.
Likely count 3. Guilty. Again,
count 3
so
guilty.
Counts now. Jussie Smollett has been found guilty, and we're loading up another count right now.
Wow.
Again, Casey Cronus, our new colleague from Fox 32, just joined the station last week. Is up in the courtroom on one of the benches. It's an older courtroom, a large courtroom, but capacity very limited up there because of COVID. Only 57 people allowed, and we should be getting a 4th count verdict here in just a couple of moments. Count 4, guilty. So again, 4 of the 6 counts so far against Jussie Smollett. He has been found guilty, and it's likely, if I may surmise, that there'll be guilty counts on 5 and 6 as well, because as Larry was saying just moments ago, these counts are all pretty much alike. They're essentially 6 counts for the same crime. And I can say, I don't have to say alleged crime now, I can say crime. Count 5, yes indeed, guilty. They're all the same crime, and that is for lying to a Chicago police officer. There were 3 separate occasions in which he was interviewed by police. Each of those occasions, he spoke to 2 officers, and so the way that Dan Webb, the special prosecutor, formulated his case was to charge 2 counts for each of those interactions with police. And now we're loading up the 6th count here. And let me tell you what it's going to be. Again, counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 guilty, and count 6 not guilty. Well, that's a bit of a surprise. So he's guilty on 5 counts and not guilty on a 6th count. However, it's a big win for the special prosecutor's office because they only needed 1 guilty count. They could have been not guilty on 5 counts and guilty on 1, and guilty on 5 is essentially the same thing. So again, Jussie Smollett just found guilty on 5 of the 6 felony disorderly conduct charges he faced in this trial that took about a week and a half here at the Layton Criminal Courthouse. Global scrutiny on this case, both when it happened and here right now.
Oh my God.
We're looking
Oh
forward to
my
hearing
God.
what
Ladies
Mr.
and gentlemen,
Smollett
thank y'all for joining right now. Perfect perspective. Oh my God. We're coming to you live right now, live. First person on YouTube right now, live. You heard it right here now. Jussie Smollett found guilty on 5 counts, not guilty on 1 count. I'm sure they're going to go into details of how this is going to break down. The link is in the chat. Anybody want to join and have a talk about it? I'll give it my perspective. I'm going to go back into my previous video where I showed this office, the same office in Chicago, have already adjudicated Jussie Smollett. I showed on this in my first video. Go back and watch the first video. This office said Jussie Smollett had already received an appropriate amount of adjustment. They gave him $10,000 fine and already gave him probation and community service. So why is Jussie Smollett being tried again 11 months later? I believe it's a distraction from other court cases like the Ghislaine Maxwell. Why would Jussie Smollett be tried again by this same office and no one's bringing up the fact? When I first gave this case, I said, oh, they dropped Jussie Smollett's case. But wait a minute. When I listened to the report again, it said Jussie Smollett's case was dropped, but he was given a $10,000 fine in community service. I said, that's not dropped.
Very seriously.
The case is not dropped. Hold on.
I would imagine typically the defense will ask for each of the jurors to be polled individually, and they will be asked, juror number 1, was this and is this your verdict? And the juror will say yes or no. And that's a technicality, but the defense always asks that that be done in these cases. That'll take another 5 minutes or so, and then the judge will likely set a sentencing date. And between now and the sentencing date, there will be a pre-sentence report, an extensive look into Jussie Smollett's past, factors which might have led him to commit these crimes, factors that will mitigate against a long sentence, and that will all take place before
now he's a convicted criminal. Jussie Smollett is a convicted criminal. No longer can you say alleged. Now, what was the goal of all of this? What was the goal of all this? It came down to the word of Jussie Smollett versus these 2 brothers, but they only had circumstantial evidence. My issue is whether or not, I want to hear from you. The link is in the chat. I want to hear from you whether or not you believe Jussie Smollett. I'm going to get a poll going. Shout out to my brother Mark Nash. You got the polls popping off crazy. Make sure y'all subscribe to Mark Nash. He in the chat right now. Hip hop, boxing, blogs, news. I'm sure he's going to talk about this. But
this case was going
you know
to
what
be
I'm
very
saying?
tough for Jussie Smollett.
How is it that Jussie Smollett is retried by this same office?
The Dirksen building.
Felon at that, exactly, Mark. This is a young man, never had any crimes, and it came down, and it's again a victimless crime. There are no victims. These charges are reserved for teenagers who make false 911. You remember IP Freely? Remember that? Bart Simpson? These are the charges reserved for the Bart Simpsons. But now this brother has a felony charge on his record.
So
his music career is done, his acting career. But it's not about my opinion on whether or not I believe Jussie Smollett is innocent or not. I'm showing this case to contrast the level of justice that we receive in America. I want to know from somebody, I want to know why they sleeping on me. I want to know, is it double jeopardy? Is it double jeopardy? When they said Jussie Smollett in this office had already received adequate justice in this same Chicago office for 11 months ago, gave Jussie Smollett a $10,000 fine and also gave Jussie Smollett community service. What's up, my brother Mark Nash in the building, boy?
Yeah, no,
Mark Nash, I want to know, is it double jeopardy, brother? What's going on right now? Jussie Smollett is guilty, man. Mark Nash, how you doing, brother?
I'm good. The show's still, the other thing's still playing.
Hold on. Let me pause this.
Which is a good one. No, with the caveat.
All right, brother, go in.
Yo, this trial was fast as hell. A week and a half.
9 hour deliberation. Week and a half. 9 hours.
Week and a half of the jury deliberated for 9 hours.
9 hours.
Okay. 5 out of 6 charges. Here's my question though. Now you said double jeopardy, but I thought that case that because basically I thought that was the state stuff that happened with the. So I thought he was charged federally for a different thing.
I'm not sure. From my reporting, it seems to me the same office. I'll go back to that video.
No. If it was these are federal prosecutors that came in. Remember that police chief that was over there? I think he ended up losing his job, by the way, anyway, for something else. But that Chicago dude over there, he was heated, and they did the press conference. They were mad at the DA over there for basically giving him a slap on the wrist.
Right.
And they was reaching out to the feds to come in. The feds came in, so these are federal prosecutors.
So it sounds similar to R. Kelly. Is that is prudent the right word? Because it turns out R. Kelly was tried for the same charges he was tried for years ago. Is that what happened did the feds pick up the case, which is why Jussie Smollett could be charged for the same charges? Because I'm speaking to a report.
Well, not necessarily the same charges. Like let's say in whatever. What I gotta look that case up. I'm about to look it up now, and I'll beam back here. I want to know what he got $10,000 fine for, whatever that case is. Let's just say they called that. If they called it anything other than this, or what they call it, not obstruction. What did he get? City council? What?
They haven't detailed, but they
literally just said it. 6 counts of something because he lied to the police. He talked to 2 officers and lied to them 3 times.
Correct.
So I don't know. They just said it. Is it obstruction or no, disorderly conduct.
Disorderly conduct.
Which is some bullshit. Disorderly conduct is when you arguing outside and the police tell y'all go in the house while I try to make my arrest. Like, fuck you, I do what I want to do. I disorderly conduct. You've been disorderly. Yeah, but felony disorderly conduct and 6 like they was stacking a deck on me. Like they wanted him. But but I just look at it like this. If they charged him with anything other, let's say they charged him with obstruction. Oh yeah, this ain't double jeopardy. It's the same case, but it's different things that we charging you over. We can't charge you with obstruction, but we can charge you with disorderly conduct. I wonder how many years he's facing.
So what they've said is that typically individuals with these charges would receive probation. And then the conservatives from the conservative reporters have gone as far to say that this is a liberal court and anyone at this California street courthouse with these charges receive probation, as to allude to the fact that someone in the more conservative courthouse may actually receive jail time, but not in this particular courthouse with this particular judge. So that's what's been
felony disorderly conduct is just probation. Y'all put us through y'all spent all these tax dollars for putting motherfucker on probation. I don't believe that. That's crazy.
I agree. All this time, all this money, and I'm looking for that video. Go ahead.
Just want to destroy him. Yeah.
What?
Y'all just want to have him marked as a felon for life.
Why? Why do you think they pursued this individual? Because again, this is a victimless crime. There are no victims. There was no blood. So not to take away from the work that the police do, because me and you both are fathers. We pay taxes. I appreciate the police. I need them to protect my home and my family. I need them to do a good job. So I appreciate the police. But why do you think they went after him so fervently when there's no victim here? There's no one that was hurt.
Technically, the victim is the taxpayer. You just said it. The victim is the taxpayer, and the man hour spent on all of this, like, because somebody else wasn't being able to. All those people looking for him. The victim is the person that the police couldn't go look for, the killer for the other person, or this rapist, or this robber, or blah blah blah. Because we're so focused on this. thinking that somebody's out here beating up affluent people in Chicago.
So
okay, I'm looking right here. It is a minimum in felony disorderly conduct in that state. They say they usually involve a minimum of 1.5 years in prison.
Wow. For a first offense, I would be very upset at this brother, because we just saw, and not to juxtapose this against Kyle Rittenhouse, but that's why I'm showing this, to show the type of justice that we receive. Because I thank you for your clarification, but it makes me think about Kyle and how the gun was thrown out and how everything was created, a narrow pathway was created for a conviction, so he did not get convicted, right? But this wide path is created for us, that even after this crime has been adjudicated, there is no victim. I'm paying $10,000. I'm doing community service. Why give it to me again? I thought you couldn't do that. The same thing happened to Bill Cosby. Let's say they give him probation and $10,000 again. That means I'm paying Chicago $10,000 and I'm paying the feds $10,000. I think we have protection. I'm not sure, I'm not a lawyer, but I think that's the whole thing about double jeopardy. And you should not be able to change a couple words, and that doesn't happen to anyone else that doesn't have a color like us, where you get to change a couple words and bring me to federal court, where there's less of a threshold that you need to prove guilt. Same thing with R. Kelly. So if this was a federal trial, all they needed was the testimony from someone else. In the actual state case, which you probably are right, you would need more evidence than you need in the federal trial. That's why R. Kelly got off on the first trial, but then on this one, he basically was convicted on testimony because they didn't have any evidence against him. Again, Jussie Smollett was convicted on testimony. I'm highlighting this case so people understand what happens and the difference, the duality in the system. Like, to me, I'm not a legal pundit, so I don't know if it's double jeopardy, but I don't understand why you do that to someone who's not a criminal. And I just don't get it, bro. It disturbs me. Mark Nash fell off, but I'm sure Mark Nash will come right back. He gonna do some research. We got Tennessee Living, starting a race war is not good. I agree, bro. We cannot divulge down on racial lines. On this channel, we don't separate. We come together under God's plan. It's about father power. It's about families. We about being proud Americans. You know what I'm saying? We don't preach defund the police. We don't preach none of that shit over here. So I really want to understand what took place here, because what I'm looking for right now is the video where I show where Jussie Smollett already received a level of justice in Chicago. So the next person said, Christopher Lacey said Rittenhouse was defending himself, not generating a hate crime. Rittenhouse was defending himself against Rosenbaum. The unique thing about Rittenhouse is that I juxtapose Rittenhouse against the Ahmaud Arbery case, because Williams would have loved to get the benefit of the doubt that Rittenhouse got, right? But Williams was not separated. Williams was not tried separately. Williams got the murder conviction along with the McMichaels. You understand what I'm saying? Williams got the murder conviction along with the McMichaels because they were working in concert. But yet and still, Kyle Rittenhouse, and I'm not opposed to the Kyle Rittenhouse verdict, but Kyle Rittenhouse did not get tried separately for those events. And I don't know how many people with critical thinking truly understand what happened that night, that they were separate events, that Kyle Rittenhouse was charged differently for Rosenbaum because he defended himself against Rosenbaum when he killed Rosenbaum, but he left the scene of that crime. He was never charged for that. He was charged with second-degree manslaughter for Rosenbaum, but he never should have left the scene. He left the scene. He got into another altercation where he shot and killed another man and shot someone else. But fortunately for Kyle, we saw it as one act. The jury saw it as one act. It wasn't one act. It was two separate acts. So yes, Kyle was defending himself. You know what I brought up about Kyle, Christopher? Kyle was from a broken home. I talk about father power. Kyle's mom didn't even know where he was. Kyle was, check off for this, Christopher. Kyle was a 16-year-old boy in a major city with a fully automatic rifle out there trying to protect his family, trying to protect family and trying to find his manhood, trying to be a man, be a good American and protect his community. Well, guess what? There's one difference between Kyle and me. Is that the skin color? Because my mother was working a double shift job and I was walking in the city of a major street with a rifle and all I wanted to do was protect my community. But they told me I was a gangster. They told me I was a thug. They didn't say I was defending. See, I didn't want my mama to be robbed on the way home. I didn't want my brothers to be robbed on the way home. But they didn't tell me I was defending my neighborhood. Christopher, they didn't give me credit for defending my neighborhood. Kyle is innocent. I don't want Kyle to be guilty. I agree that Kyle is innocent. I want to talk about fathers. I want to talk about the breakdown of families. I want to talk about what happens to white 16-year-olds who don't have their father in their house and they have more access to guns. We need to talk about what's happening in America. Why was Kyle's father not more in his life? Why was Kyle's father not protecting the car lot? Why was a 16-year-old out there looking for his masculinity? It has everything to do with father power. It has everything to do with the breakdown of the American family. We get caught up on this BS about race. I'm not talking about this about race. I love you. I love all God's brothers. You my brother. This ain't about race. This about father power and a 16-year-old American boy and the American family breaking down. But if we bog down if we let Black Lives Matter, if we let Black Lives Matter separate us, if we let Black Lives Matter tell us to defund the police, then the people, they think we different. Black and white people different, but all of us got to pay bills. All of us need the police. I pay my taxes. Why I want to defund the police when I pay my taxes? I don't want to be juxtaposed against my white brother. We never have been. This generate clicks for Google. The race, they put the story with race and provocative things to generate clicks because they know we watch the negative stories. We don't watch the positive stories. We don't watch the coming together stories. We want to argue in the chat. We don't want to be brothers. We don't want to say it's something greater. We don't want to say America is great, the greatest country ever built by my grandfather and your grandfather. It wasn't one race of people who built this country. What else was said here is, my son got 1 year in jail for false report, no victim. That's cold. Starting a race war is not a criminal. Good points. Thank you, brother. Make sure y'all subscribe, man. I believe in God. I believe in fathers and families, man. I don't believe fathers get enough. I don't think fathers get enough respect. We haven't heard from Rittenhouse father. I want to hear from Kyle Rittenhouse father. I'm very proud of him. I want to hear from Kyle Rittenhouse father about the divorce, about that mother, about why you didn't call me, why you at work at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning when our son is out, why didn't nobody know where my son was? You got full custody because I'm a father. I know about these things. I raised a 16-year-old in a single parent household. You at work working a 16-hour shift. You didn't call me and tell me you didn't call his grandparents. You didn't call his uncle. You at work. You know he didn't got in trouble before. How come I didn't know where my son was? How come we not communicating? Why are we not better co-parent? We not dealing with the real issues of Kyle Rittenhouse. My question about Jussie Smollett being guilty is it double jeopardy? Is it double jeopardy? Does that happen to people who are not melanated? Christopher, Tennessee. He was given adjudicated justice already. $10,000 fine and community service. So what if they give him probation and another $10,000 fine? Is that justice? We talking about Jussie Smollett. Jussie Smollett guilty on 5 counts, innocent on 1. Here it is right here, everybody. Jussie Smollett, guilty on 5 counts, not guilty. Let's see let's get the breakdown. You guys want to let's get the breakdown of what he's guilty of, okay? Let's get the breakdown.
And if it had been all 6, you know, people might have said, well, the jurors just went through it quickly and didn't really study the case closely. But the fact that one of them was a not guilty suggests that they took their job very seriously. What's happening in the courtroom now, I would imagine, typically the defense will ask for each of the jurors to be polled individually, and they will be asked, juror number 1, was this and is this your verdict? And the juror will say yes or no. And that's a technicality, but the defense always asks that be done in these cases. That'll take another 5 minutes or so. And then the judge will likely set a sentencing date. And between now and the sentencing date, there will be a pre-sentence report, an extensive look into Jussie Smollett's past, factors which might have led him to commit these crimes, factors that will mitigate against a long sentence, and that will all take place before the sentencing takes place. Typically, the sentencing would be 2 or 3 months from now.
Hey, Larry, quick question. Having watched the courtroom activity the last week and a half very closely, anything about this surprise you?
I'm never surprised when Dan Webb wins a case. First of all, I should say that. I've been watching Dan Webb since, and I hate to date myself, but back to 1983 when he started prosecuting judges at the Dirksen Federal Building in the Graylord investigation. Webb, the selection of Webb as the lead prosecutor, the special prosecutor in this case, sent a sign that this case was going to be very tough for Jussie Smollett to beat. Secondly, most of the defendants at 26th and Cal, just like those at the Dirksen Building, most of them result in guilty charges when they decide to go to trial, so that doesn't surprise me either. I am a little surprised, and I want to see why they found the one not guilty. If 5 of these were lies that were told to the police officers, you'd think that the jury would have found that, wow, he's just a liar, and he was lying about everything. But in one case, they found that he was not guilty. A minor victory that won't make much of a difference in the sentence, I don't think.
So in this case, a lot of
All right, some great legal breakdown there from Fox 32 in Chicago.
So some great legal breakdown right there, man. So it's crazy right now, man. What Tennessee said, I'm not up on your legal points, but I'm listening, man. Thank you, Tennessee, man. Thank you for watching, man. I appreciate it, brother, man. Shout out to Art New Style in the Art New Style. Make sure you subscribe to Art New Style, man. PhD, educator, artist, some great educational and content over there. You're gonna see some brilliant brothers over there on the panel. It usually be 9 intelligent, just well-spoken, just men talking about all type of points, and you can just get glean so much from this podcast. Shout out to Art New Style. Thank you for your supporting me, brother, and you supported me from the beginning, man. I truly appreciate it. Today, Art, we was live. We was first to give out the verdict. Jussie Smollett guilty on 5 counts. He was charged with 6 counts in the federal case of disorderly conduct and lying to the police. He was found guilty on 5 counts, but he was found innocent on 1 count. So I got the link in the chat, man. Anybody want to come up and say anything? What I'm doing right now as we go over this case is I think I'm gonna just go to my video, but I got 4 videos. So I've been doing a lot of work on my playlist, you guys. So if you're not subscribed, I need you to subscribe right now. We're simulcasting on 3 locations. I'm using StreamYard, the simulcast to Perfect Timing Podcast. That's where you're watching me right now. That's my primary YouTube channel. I also have a backup YouTube channel. It's called Perfect Timing Podcast Live. Let me turn it down because I'm a little live, man. And I project. So Perfect Timing Podcast Live is my backup YouTube channel. Make sure you get over there and subscribe, man, because in case anything janky happen, I can still get the message out to the people. I'm also live on Facebook right now. Let's say shout out to all my Facebook watchers right now. I got a thumbs up, and I look like I got a crying face in Facebook right now. So I want to say thank you to all of my Facebook family watching me right now. And thank you to StreamYard for empowering us to simulcast in 3 locations right now. Thank you, everybody watching. Make sure you subscribe and hit the notification bell. It's a ticker at the bottom with some instructions about my Patreon and about my Cash App, but that's up to you. We're going to keep getting back to the content. What I'm going to do right now is I've been doing a lot of work on my playlist. So I'm going to bring up my channel, and I'm going to show you my playlist. Oh, look at that beautiful red pill Pill Rage. Red Pill Rage is live right now. She's so gorgeous. She's from San Francisco. I'm also from San Francisco. So I got a couple playlists I want to direct y'all to. I got a playlist. I'm currently, I'm also reporting on the Kimberly Porter trial. That's the murder of Dante Wright by a 26-year veteran trainee officer. Shot Dante Wright one time and basically collapsed on the ground crying, went full hysterical, became a full woman, should never been on the police force, should have never been in the field, killed Dante Wright, my son, dead because of her right now. So I got a playlist of 4 videos up of that. I got a playlist, Jillian Maxwell. We got a playlist, Kyle the Kenosha Kid. That playlist is called Kyle the Kenosha Kid. It's about 10 videos on that. You can get all of my videos and my opinions on the Kyle Kenosha case. So what I'm doing right now is I'm gonna go through my Jussie Smollett playlist, and I'm gonna find I want to find the video that because it's not coming up right now. The video is not coming up right now. So I need to find the video where I talked about his first case. So I want to it was if anybody want to help me out. Is this it?
This hate. I think that was just a few hours after the accusation went public.
Of course, because nobody in this country anymore bothers to get any sort of evidence before, of the politicians, I should say, before they open their mouth. They did it with Rittenhouse. They did it with Jussie Smollett. They do it all the time. So that's nothing new. But we really need to have the pendulum.
Quote, in those 20 years, you never mentioned Ghislaine Maxwell sexually abused you. I don't know. You don't know? I was very reluctant to give horrible details. You talked to them about Epstein? Yes.
Okay.
Did you talk about Ghislaine Maxwell?
That ain't the video. That ain't the video. That ain't the video. Updates on the Mississippi abortion law that's going to affect Roe versus Wade. We got some updates and uptakes on Ghislaine, and we got some updates and uptakes on Jussie Smollett. Y'all want to get right into it? Who we want to get into first? Anybody got any preferences? Y'all trying to hear about Jussie Smollett? Jussie Smollett is a small distractor from Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, man, it's going to be difficult to find this damn video, man. You got heart, so I'm ears, man. I'm not up on your legal place. Tennessee in the building, man. Thank you, Tennessee, for rocking out with me, man. Somebody help me out, man. I need my 5.0 brothers in the building, man. So I'm trying to find a video right now, y'all. I'm trying to find a video of the initial, I think it was CNN. I think it was CNN. But how about we do Jussie Smollett $10,000 fine? $10,000 fine. How about we see if we can get the video that way? Jussie Smollett $10,000 fine. Man, they hide, man. When they charges dropped against Jussie Smollett, actor forfeits $10,000 bail, complete 16 hours of community service. Okay.
Prepare to pass the FE or PE exam the first time.
Come on, man. Okay. Charges dropped. Okay. So they said charges are dropped. Okay. So I need some legal pundits in the building, man. Because if the charges are dropped, how do you get community service if the charges are dropped? I'm not familiar with that process of the law. Mark Nash dropped down. I'm sure he's gonna talk about the case a little bit more. But this is what my issue is with the Jussie Smollett case. Jussie Smollett was already charged for these charges, right? Jussie Smollett was already charged in Chicago. So Mark Nash came up and clarified that what took place was the Chicago DA got in trouble and the police chief got in trouble. And basically, Kamala Harris tweeted out, you got Whoopi Goldberg showed Jussie Smollett support. You had all of the liberal celebrities and media. The idolatry was all in line supporting Jussie Smollett, right? So Jussie Smollett charges were dropped, but I remember reporting the charges were dropped. But as I listened to the report, I heard something about community service and a $10,000 fine. And I'm just asking anybody smarter than me when it comes to the legal realm. how do you get because it's a receipt, right? When you get a crime, basically your crime and punishment is about money, and it's about a receipt, right? So if Jussie Smollett had to pay a fine, or Jussie Smollett had a community service, what was the piece of paper given to him by the court? What did it say, right? And why did he have community service if there were no charges making him liable to do community service? So that's my whole question. Let's take a look at this report so we could do a deep dive, because I need to understand about the equal levels of justice in America. Let's go deeper.
They still believe Jussie Smollett falsely reported a hate crime and still stand behind the Chicago Police Department's investigation.
Fair use.
Money and community service.
Fair use.
Apparently enough to make it all go away.
We dropped all charges based on the fact that he did community service and that he forfeited his bail.
Joe Magatz, the prosecutor who dropped all 16 felony counts against actor Jussie Smollett. He's in charge because his boss, Kim Fox, recused herself.
Our priority is violent crimes and the drivers of violence. Jussie Smollett is neither one of those.
This morning, Jussie Smollett went into court for an emergency hearing lasting only minutes.
Not for a moment was it in vain. I've been truthful and consistent on every single level since day one.
Smollett was accused of hiring brothers Ola and Abel Osendaro to stage a racist and homophobic attack. Our cameras were allowed exclusive access inside the brothers' home after police raided it, removing evidence. And we first showed you the surveillance of the brothers buying supplies for the staged attack. We caught up with them at an amateur boxing match last week. The state's attorney says the brothers continue to cooperate in the case.
I would not be my mother's son if I was capable of one drop of what I've been accused of.
But not everyone is celebrating.
Do I think justice was served? No. I think this city is still owed an apology.
This is without a doubt a whitewash of justice and sends a clear message that if you're in a position of influence and power, you'll get treated one way, other people will be treated another way.
Tonight, Mayor Rahm Emanuel continuing to hammer home that message on national TV.
To me, it makes no sense. It makes no legal sense, no common sense. And this is an abomination in my sense of justice. He actually committed the crime. There is a hoax here, but then he's walking around like he's exonerated.
$10,000 in bond money, 16 hours of community service, and just like that, 16 felony counts wiped away.
I would not bring my family, our lives, or the movement through a fire like this. I just wouldn't.
Now, the FBI is still investigating that threatening letter that police say Smollett sent to himself, and it's unclear.
All right, everybody, y'all rocking out. Y'all see why we go back. Y'all see why it's important that you do the deep dives on this. He was charged with 16 counts. And the first DA recused herself. So Mark was correct. The first was the city of Chicago, and the second was a federal case. That wasn't the video I showed, because in the video I showed, it showed that a special prosecutor was appointed because Rahm Emanuel and the chief was so pissed. And it was all about reputation. Victimless crime. It's all about reputation. Chicago's reputation, the chief's reputation, and the mayor's reputation. And they didn't like Kamala Harris superseding over there the stronghold that they got, along with the fucking cartels that allow all the drugs and guns and the murder to go on in Chicago. If you want to do something, why the fuck you going after Jussie Smollett? Go after the fucking cartels. Get them goddamn guns off the street of Chicago and all that fucking murder. Have you heard Rahm Emanuel and that Chicago chief be passionate about all the murder in Chicago? Every time he get pulled to the carpet about the murder in Chicago, he very somber. Well, we had 23 arrests this week, and we caught 25. Excuse me, Chief, we called you here today to talk about the murders. This is the way I'm going to run my interview, and I'm going to start off by talking about the arrest. We had 150 arrests this week. No animation, no concern, no emotion. 30 murders in one weekend. But the chief has no animation and concern about all the murders in Chicago, but the chief is extremely passionate. The chief, for the first time, I seen him next to Mayor Rahm Emanuel. For Jussie Smollett, in a victimless crime, no one was hurt. Your ego was bruised. The chief ego was bruised. The mayor ego was bruised. So tell me, I want to hear from my legal pundits. Were the charges dropped? Because the news does not tell us the honest to God truth. Were the charges dropped? Is that the proper terminology when you get community service and a $10,000 fine? It says he forfeited his bail. That means there was an adjudication. Perfect timing and the perfect perspective is saying that that case was adjudicated. Is Jussie receiving double jeopardy? Is Chicago wanting a double heaping of justice? You don't get a chance to go back to the well. That's what happened with Cosby. Andrea Stanton got $3 million. She got her helping of justice. Do you know that that god-darn judge in the Cosby case is soliciting the Supreme Court to overturn Cosby's acquittal? Pride. You already got your helping of justice. $3 million. The case was adjudicated. Only, I want to know double jeopardy, bro. The case had been adjudicated. Why is it back in court? Why is it back on? Okay, I'll give y'all a break. Tell me this. If you can't tell me that, why is it back on TV? This video I just showed you, this video is from March 26, 2019. Charges dropped against Jussie Smollett after actor forfeits $10,000 bail and completes 16 hours of community service. March 26, 2019. We are dealing with Omicron. We are dealing with vaccines that don't work. We're going into Christmas with a supply chain issue, unemployment. Why is Jussie Smollett back on my fucking screen? Even if he had to go back to court, why is he on my screen? Why is he on my screen? Why is he on my social media feed? He's not on television. He's not a celebrity anymore. Can somebody answer me that in the chat, please? Perfect timing. It's not double jeopardy. Okay. Why is he on my screen? Why is he on every news outlet? I know the answer, but do you? There's a purpose. Just like I have a purpose, I have a point I want to prove by doing this episode. There's a purpose and they have a point they want to prove by putting Jussie Smollett back on your TV screen. What almost happened in the chat? What almost happened in the chat? Me and Christopher, a brand new brother of mine, in Tennessee just gave me props. Tennessee said, I'm rocking with you, I'm listening. But what almost happened in the chat is they almost separated brothers by color lines. Jussie Smollett is multicultural. My children are multicultural. They almost separated us by color lines. Why is Jussie Smollett in the news? Because they want us to protest. They want Black Lives Matter to have fuel to separate our communities, to destroy American cities. There's no good reason to have Jussie Smollett in the news. He's not on television. He's not a celebrity. He doesn't have a song. There's not a political campaign right now. That's right, Tennessee. It's a distraction. It's a distraction. And they want to create a rift between me and my white brother. Like they create cases to create me and the rift between me and my brown and my Latino brothers. But they don't know I got Latino people in my family. They don't know I got white people in my family. They should, because America been a melting pot for so long. I told you I'm from the Bay Area. We mix. Everything is a mix. Kamala Harris, the first black vice president, her husband is white. They very happy couple. They got a beautiful multicultural son. That's America. That's what America is. If you don't like it, I'm sorry, but that's what America is. America is a melting pot where the races of all the world come together and created the strongest armed forces. Do you know why our army was always the strongest? Because we had the best and the brightest from every country, and we worked as one. We brought together all those talents and nuances together, and we created the most powerful armed forces in the fucking world with unity. Fuck out of here, man. They want to get a race card on the table. Yeah, they do. We're not going to let it happen, man. I'm elevating the intellect. I'm illuminating this shit to let people know, no, Kyle Rittenhouse is innocent, and my son deserved the same level of justice as Kyle Rittenhouse. I'm going to say it again. Kyle Rittenhouse is innocent, and my son deserved the same level of justice as Kyle Rittenhouse. We have 45 minutes, man. I got to go for my walk, man. Thank y'all so much for watching and hanging out with me, man. Jussie Smollett guilty on 5 charges. Well, let's see if they got more breakdown. Let's see if they got more breakdown.
Let's just put up the tweet we have from Casey Cronus, who was in the courtroom when it was.
Let's see a little bit more of this breakdown before I get up out of here. Rodimus in the building, Rocktimus in the building. Blah, 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 blackout, 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 plomo. Hey, shout out to my brother Lazo the MC. Shout out to my brother Rose Gold Jesus, man. Make sure you subscribe to Lazo the MC, Rose Gold Jesus. Go watch the replay of Blackout Wednesday. I know everybody love hip-hop. Don't tell me you don't like hip-hop. You in my chat, I know you love because I got flavor, boy. I got rhythm, boy. Get over there and check out that Blackout Wednesday, man. I promise you're going to be entertained. The livest stream all year on YouTube, co-hosted by your boy Perfect Timing and Lazo the MC. Go rock with that shit right now, man. Let's read my brother's comment, man. He comes with some intelligent commentary every time. Meanwhile, is there no coverage on the Ghislaine Maxwell case, which should be one of the biggest trials in history? Factual. Shout out to Factual too from last night. He was spitting factual, intelligent commentary from my 5.0 Cool Table brothers. Right on, my brother. Factual, spit, real spill. Thank you, my good brother. Hey, we got some more updates. Let's go back. I want y'all to see what the verdicts was. Let's look at the verdict. We're going to do a verdict breakdown before we get out of here, man. Check out this verdict breakdown, man, so we understand clearly, man. So when you're in the barbershop, you can speak intelligently about this, man. So you can understand the who, the what, the where, and the why, man. This is the perfect perspective with your boy Perfect Timing on the Perfect Timing Podcast live channel. Let's go.
Was read. The jury finding Jussie Smollett guilty on 5 of 6 counts. And you can see count 1 through 5 guilty, count 6, though, not guilty. That's very interesting. And I want to bring Doug Burns back into this. You know, Doug, why would it just be the 1 count for not guilty? What would go into a decision like that if they are all these disorderly conduct case 4 felony charges?
Yeah, no, you know, I've seen this happen a number of times over the years. I'll give you one practical footnote that I think you'll find interesting. I've seen count 1 be not guilty, and everybody really has their hopes up, only to be deflated when the following counts are guilty. But to your question, which is a good one, no, with the caveat that I don't know the minutia of exactly what that was. I'm going to tell you right now that it's entirely possible that, you know, the particular statements in that particular count may have been, you know, technically more defensible, you know, could be the situation, not as clearly as wrong. But the analysis just rendered by the expert, I guess it was out there, was very strong. And he made some points, you know, that I was making and would reiterate, which is that 5 out of 6 as a practical legal matter, as a matter of legal fundamentals, is not going to make any difference at all. And then is an ironic nuance point, which I think everyone will find interesting. And the ironic nuance point is that a finding of not guilty on count 6 actually can hurt him, Smollett, on appeal. Isn't that interesting? because, and I think the legal expert, I guess it was Mr. Yellen, touched on that. The point is, this claim of, oh, the jury just rubber stamped and so on goes right out the window. And in the brief in the Court of Appeals, the state is writing the jury conscientiously differentiated out each count. And as you saw that reflected in their painstaking arrival of a not guilty on the 6th count. The bottom line, and it is ironic, is that that could actually hurt him a little bit on appeal.
And, you know, Doug, let's talk next steps. Of course, we were talking about the avenues for appeal that are open to Jussie Smollett, but also the sentencing phase now as well. What do you think that is going to be? Now we can no longer call this an
Hey, we got some action going on outside the courtroom, everybody. We got some action going on outside the courtroom right now. So we're going to go outside the courtroom. Y'all rocking with me, man? Y'all rocking with the best right now. It's the perfect perspective, man. Let me know how I sound in the headphones. Put a 1 in the chat if you're rocking with your boy, man. We rocking, we not stopping, man. You know what I'm saying? It's the perfect perspective, man. Father power, man. 5.0 power, man. Cool table, man. We are the table, man. Shout out to the Blackout Wednesday crew, man. Shout out to my brother Lazo, the MC, my brother Rose Gold. Hey, did everybody hear? I'm going to be co-hosting Ether Gardens. Rose Gold probably going to be putting that up soon, but y'all make sure y'all come over to Ether Gardens and get your ass roasted. Rock, miss, you going to get your ass roasted too. You transforming ass motherfucker, you. I'm co-hosting Ether Gardens. That's right, baby. Make sure y'all check that out, man. It's going to be funny. It's going to be enjoyable. You know, right now it's Christmas time. A lot of people going through a lot of things right now, and we need something to lighten things up. We need something to make us feel good. So I'm so glad Rose Gold brought back Ether Gardens. We're going to have some fun, man. We're going to crack some jokes. We're going to be lighthearted. We're going to grow our channels. We're going to say some blessings and some prayers to our moms and these kids, and, you know, man, and keep these families growing. Keep God first and foremost in our life. You know what I'm saying? So shout out to Rose Gold and the whole family. Jay Sean in the building. What's up, man? With your big shiny head ass, man? Where you been, boy? How you been, boy? Art New Style was just over here. I be seeing you creeping over there with them big head ninjas over there, man. That's a very heady panel, man. Art New Style got some intelligent brothers over there. They be having good panels, man. And I seen you on the New York panel. That was a great panel you guys did. The New York. I've always wanted to go to New York, man. So that was a great panel. It's always good to see you in the chat. Jussie Smollett was found guilty on 5 out of 6 federal charges, not guilty on the 6th count. I did a little background where we showed where he was, the case that Chicago brought against him with 16 charges was dropped, and Jussie Smollett forfeited a $10,000 bail, and he had to perform community service. Maybe you could help me out, Jay Sean, because I'm confused, bro. I don't understand how and why, bro. Like, is that Mark Nash clarified with me, because he said there's a difference between federal charges and the state charges. And I get that. Thank you, Mark Nash, but it's the same charge, right? It doesn't seem fair and just. It don't seem fair and just. So I don't know, man. I got the link in the chat if you want to come up and share, like, because if you get $10,000 fine and you do your community service, let's say he gets another, I don't know, probation with community service, that's a double helping. That's a double dollop of justice in a victimless crime. So I'm disturbed by that. We're going to go to Jussie Smollett's lawyer. I don't know if this is his lawyer or one of the other people's lawyer, but this is outside the courtroom. So we're going to go to outside the courtroom. Shout out to my brother, Jay Sean, man. Make sure y'all subscribe to Jay Sean, man. Learn about the beginning of this sector, man, and how it was meant to be. Yo, no, Jay Sean, Mark Nash was talking. I wish you would have been on the panel. He was on Toya panel, and Mark Nash was expressing, I knew he felt this way. And a lot of the young men who are growing, and he's monetized, he has a great channel growing, they don't, BMT said the same thing. They don't appreciate the disrespect of black women. And Mark Nash was saying that how he doesn't really like the manosphere content. And I really related to what he was saying. Oh, my boy Jay Sean joined the panel. What's up with my good brother?
What's up, fam?
What's up, man? So Mark Nash was saying, like, he was going in about being a father and how he doesn't like the typical panels in the manosphere. And I stopped him. And I was like, bro, what you seen, I said, that's why I created 5.0. And that's why Angry Man ripped a hole in 4.0 and checked them and said, this is not what we created this shit for. And ever since then, you've seen Angry Man have his wife on the channel, give his wife gifts, kiss his wife, celebrate monogamy, talk about paying taxes, being a homeowner, talk about a relationship with the police in his community. Like, I said, Mark, no, Mark, what you talking about is what the manosphere was created about. It is you being a father. It is you being a husband. It is you celebrating your wife and protecting women. It is that. It always was that. It got away from that. So you could go to Jussie Smollett. You can go to the man, wherever you want to go, bro. And it's good to hear from you, bro.
Who's Mark Nash?
Mark Nash, a youngster. He got like 3,000 subscribers. He do hip hop, boxing, and news. And he found me, invited me to his channel, and I got into an argument on his channel because I was defending Soulja Boy, and I didn't really realize. But after the argument, I understood where Mark was coming from because he was being protective of women. And Mark was kind of adjacent to the manosphere. And he was thinking I was protecting the manosphere, and I really wasn't. I'm not like a manosphere content creator. But yeah. I was defending Soulja Boy in the fact that Soulja Boy has said that he was acting like a little girl when he was with this woman, and he needed to break up with her. And when he broke up with her, he learned how his folly, and he was educating men. He didn't use the right terminology and the right vocabulary, but he basically was saying that you would do better, sir, if you break up and focus on yourself and get yourself better. And they wanted to focus on before he made that transition. And I said, brothers, that's very problematic to focus on, because we all had these times where we did things that we weren't, when we were ashamed of. But I got it after that conversation that he has a daughter, he has a wife. I got a daughter and a wife. He wanted to drive home how we need to respect women better. And I wanted to defend the fact that Soulja Boy had made a transition. But he's a content creator, man, and I respect him a lot, a father. And he was just saying, I don't really like the manosphere stuff when they bash women. He said, I don't get that. He said, I'm not gonna have a conversation about this relationship issue without a woman on the panel. So he said, I acknowledge that it happens, but I want to be more solution based.
Did he acknowledge that women bash men? Did he acknowledge that, or he just acknowledged that men be going in on women?
He just spoke to the manosphere.
Oh, okay.
He didn't speak to like the woman's sphere, if there is such a thing.
I guess you could call it. I mean, but I don't know what to call that shit. They got going over there.
That's a good point that you bring that up, because that happened to Angry Man. I thought about that. I thought about my brother. I would talk about that with them in the back chat about being careful on who you align yourself with. Because there was a time that, Angry Man had female moderators and he would have females on his panel and shit like that. And he got burnt with that shit.
I don't know if that was the case. There's a lot more to that than that. But just not to, I didn't come up here to go in on Angry Man, but part of the problem is not just him in this space. There's a lot of guys who are not living what they talk about either. Like, for instance, a minute ago, just to give you one example, you said something about Angry Man talking about home ownership. He doesn't own a home. He doesn't. What I mean? He's not a homeowner. So there's guys out here who have microphones who talk about things that they don't really experience themselves, and it's to aggrandize themselves. You know what I mean? And unfortunately, part of our culture, and that's why I'm not even going to make this personal. Part of our culture is falling into fanboyism. That's why the church exists the way it does. We always looking for somewhere to have an emotional release, or to feel like we feel a place of belonging, but it's emotional. You know what I mean? So anybody can pick up the mic and talk fly, but they're not really living that shit. Right. And he's one of those guys. And I don't mean to, wrangle or or mess up anybody's perception of them, because you're entitled to your own perception. I deal with reality. I've been in the space so long, I know who's who.
Right.
And and my thing is, I'm not even judging if you're not where I'm at in life.
Say that.
All I ask is that you be who you are.
Right. Say that. Let me get
that has to be. Yeah, that has to be a founding principle of manhood.
Paramount.
It's, you know what I mean? Like where I come from, where I was raised, you didn't talk about it if you didn't live it. You know what I mean? It's just the way it was, man. There was no front because if you did, you get your card pulled. You know what I mean? And cats will pull your card. They will put you on Front Street. Oh, you say you fuck Keisha? Hey, yo, Keisha. Oh boy over here say you hit that. You know what I mean? We will do that shit to you. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? You could, you know what I mean? So, I don't talk shit I don't know. Like for instance, I never been married. You know what I mean? So like when you talk about, your ins and outs of marriage, if you pay attention, I fall back and listen. I might even ask you questions because I want to know what your experience was. I never experienced it. So I would just ask you questions, man. But this space has issues, and there's a lot of people who are jaded in this space because there are a lot of people who are really not living what they talk about. There's a lot of fronting and false representation going on, and and it's got to stop. You know what I'm saying? Especially for some of those, because if I wanted to get personal, I could. You know what I mean? I could, because a lot of us who have children, I take fatherhood very seriously. You know what I mean?
Father
And
power.
yeah, I take that very seriously, and you can't put material things or make certain moves in my purview when you have children. You know what I mean? I'm gonna be like, yo, dog, what the hell are you doing? You got kids, man. You can't do that. You know what I mean? You can't do this. You got, or you say you got a wife at home. Okay, you can't do that. That's irresponsible.
Speak on that. No, speak on that. Cause when I was young, I would hear that a lot, and it was hard to find the actual right and wrong. So you gotta speak on it, because that's why E40 became who he became, because E40 started sharing those things. Don't buy $85,000 car before you buy a house.
Yeah, you got to have a house. You're not an American if you don't have a house.
Let me say that. Come on, get into it. We got to give them the jewels.
Okay. All right, so let's get into it. You know what I mean? Let's get real with this shit. You're not a full American unless you own shit. If just go back to a few years ago, before we had credit systems and all that stuff, everybody built their own house. You got a plot of land, you built the house. Let's talk about the immigrants who came to the country, all the dirty whites that came from Europe, from the 1700s all the way up to the 1900s. It was to get it was the American dream to have a house, to have a business. You know what I mean? That's part of the American dream. What happened in the 1990s is they started bundling houses and making them calling them financial into what they call financial instruments, and started trading them on Wall Street. At the same time this is happening, you had a lot of greed in the same markets. A lot of free credit was flowing. People were flipping homes. You even had TV shows about flipping homes. You know what I mean? Because this was the move. It was just, there was a lot of free money because we have a credit system, and people are not building their houses no more, right? They go to the bank, they get a loan, and you pay a builder to build your house, right? Or you get a house that's already built, that was built by a previous builder, but you're still getting your money from the bank, and all you're doing is really moving around paperwork. Okay, so there's a physical detachment from the actual home. Now this home is pretty much a financial instrument. The reason why a lot of people went belly up with their homes in 2007, 2008 is because they had an emotional attachment to the house. If you pay attention to the markets, you sell when you're supposed to sell. I sold my house. Actually, I sold 2 properties this year. I closed in September on a condo, and I closed on my main house back in October. All right. But I've sold when I was supposed to sell. It's a seller's market. All right. And I I could have held on to the properties for another, 10 years, 12 years until the market came back up, because the market's going to go down. It's going to come back up. But, I'm playing the game like I'm supposed to play it. I'm not going to have an emotional attachment because it's not my retirement home. When you get when you ready to check out the game, then you want to get that final piece of land or that final home. But still, I'm still going to have investment properties even when I do that. And I'm still going to be holding on to houses. And there's 2 ways to really invest. You do short-term investments. You do long-term investments, and you have to gauge that on a lot of different factors. You know what I mean? Most of it has to do with the economy. So when I'm having an argument with BGS about where blacks in California should move, and I'm telling them to move to Maricopa County, I'm telling them not because that's an emotional thing for me. I'm telling them because that's what's happening. You know what I mean? Maricopa County is because
Arizona.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's
Arizona.
exploding. And now look where Arizona's at now. Now that argument happened 2 years ago. If you bought a property 2 years ago, listening to me, your property would have doubled by now.
Come on, man.
You know what I mean? So I'm not.
And it is emotional.
Yeah, exactly. So cats want to have emotional, and it's
still here. Talk to anybody still here. It's emotional for me. I'm still in California. I'm being evicted right now. I got to get up out of here. And it's like I got nowhere to go right now. I really got nowhere to go. And it was because I'm the last one to stay in California. Everybody else moved out of California 10 years
where your
ago.
people from? Where your people from?
San Francisco Bay Area.
I'm saying, do you have any people in the South?
Oh, everybody moved to Texas, and my dad is in Arizona. I went to high school. That's why when you said Maricopa County, a lot of people wouldn't know what Maricopa County is. But I was raised in.
For those who don't know what Maricopa County is, we're talking about Phoenix, Mesa, Goodyear, all that shit that's in that around the surrounding counties. You know, that whole middle of the country.
I went to high school in Mesa. I went to high school in Mesa.
Yeah, so all of that is Maricopa County, and they went blue for the first time in like, I don't know, 50 years this past election because of the demographic shifts. Okay, you got black people moving into Maricopa County. You have a lot of young white people moving there. There's businesses coming there. Businesses that are not just moving to Texas, they're moving into Arizona. You know what I mean? Because of California. And a lot of this is because of California. You know what I mean? A lot of people leaving California, they're moving, you know, east, if you will. You know, they already did it to Nevada, but Nevada's fucking real estate is ridiculous right now. So I wouldn't fuck with that.
No, it ain't nowhere to work in Nevada anyway. It's an exodus. It's an exodus right now.
Yeah, so even people like, you know, Joe Rogan, he left California, moved to Texas. You know what I mean? So you have a lot of movement out of Texas, and they're going places that are either developed and cost efficient, or they're moving to places that are developing. And Phoenix is not Phoenix, Arizona is one of those places that's developing. You talking about Flagstaff, Holbrook, you don't all the way down to Phoenix and the outskirts of Phoenix, it's developing. You know, so I got land out there. I got land in Navajo County, out in Sun Valley. You know what I mean? So I'm just saying that's just one area though, but there's other pockets in the country too where this is happening, and that's what you have to look out for. This is a science. This is a lifestyle. This is not something you can just do, you know, and make the right decisions. You have to be paying attention to what's going on. First of all, in your economy, where the money's at, where the jobs are. All right. And then two, you got to research the property values in places, certain areas of the country. And then, you know, and then start doing your homework and start seeing what the development is. Start going to the county websites, seeing what they're doing. You know what I mean? What kind of waterworks, what kind of infrastructure projects are going on in those counties. This is not easy work. If anybody hangs out with me in Discord, they know that what I'm doing behind the scenes, every time while we're talking shit in Discord, I'm looking at properties all over the country. It's a lifestyle for me. This is not something you can fake. You know what I mean? So I'm not going to sit here and tell you it's easy work. Now, if you're just trying to find somewhere to live, most people tie where they live, where they work. So that kind of comes together. So if you got a banging job, a great opportunity somewhere in Florida, then you're going to just look for the best opportunity or best, price of a property somewhere in Florida, and close to your job. So your job kind of ties you to where you live in a lot of cases. But being that we're making money online now, you have a lot more options to yourselves. You know what I mean?
So why that goes to the, as you speak, all I can hear in my head is what Tennessee was saying about the distraction, about BLM trying to exacerbate these cases along color lines and people not being focused, while this has been the time when the most millionaires have been created because of the things we're discussing. But we want to get bogged down and we want to protest along color lines. I can't, it's maddening to me that
I was gonna say you're absolutely right. Under Obama, I think there was about 6-7 million more millionaires created, and a lot of this happened through quantitative easing. See, the thing is, we gotta understand there's a lot of bullshit.
12 million millionaires.
Yeah, it was something crazy like that. So, and most of them white. What you gotta understand is this: the money that's already in the system, that's already been earned, and this is why we got to work two ends of the spectrum as black people. I wish we get, and I said this before on your channel, we have to get out of left-right thinking. You have to get you have to think black, you know, and you have to think local, your community where you live. These are the two areas you need to think of. Why is that? Is because they're the generational wealth that was accumulated by whites in this country. You're never going to catch them. You're never going to catch them without reparations. It's never going to happen. I don't give a fuck how many jobs you get. I don't care how many six-figure salaries you get. You're never going to catch them. All right? You're never going to catch them. You can move into nice neighborhoods, but I'm talking about wealth. And I don't think people understand the amounts of wealth that the country has and the small number of families who have them. You know what I mean? So, you know, we're actually, the level we're on right now, we're competing with new people in the country. We're competing with the immigrants.
This is why we have to shut up Kanye West. Because Kanye West, this is the cloth talk that Kanye West talk about, because he knows these people. He's talking to these people. He's trying to tell black people what's really going on. America for sale.
It's for sale. So,
everybody broke. Everybody broke. Dave Chappelle said the same thing when he got way up there. He said, y'all, everybody broke. It's a few of these people with money. But y'all live. Stop the victimhood. That's why first time we met, bro, I aligned with you, because I said that today I'm not a victim. Perfect can't be a victim. And they got us trapped in this victimhood. But we don't realize how blessed, and it's a lot of our white brothers that be looking at us like, I don't see the white privilege that you say I got, but I do see y'all with a lot of Jordans. I do see y'all with a lot of cars and rims, and we ain't got that in the Midwest. You know what I'm saying? But we never take the time to look at ourselves. We so busy being the victim with the gold teeth in our mouth. We the flyest victims. Ain't we the flyest victims, y'all? Come on.
But I would say this. That's why you got to work both ends of the stick. You know, we have to get economically sound and start working with each other, and start making sound economic decisions void of emotion. You know what I mean? I know that the American dream is to get that house and the white picket fence and all that, but these properties now are just like anything else on the fucking market. You buy when you're supposed to buy, you sell when you're supposed to sell. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, because they want to buy a house and then be in it forever. And that's exactly how a lot of people got caught up in 2007, 2008. Mostly white people underwater, losing their homes. I moved into Stafford County, Virginia. There was none but white people who were foreclosing. You know what I mean? They got caught up in that wave because we've been sold the American dream, and it's all business. It's not a dream. It's business.
Wow.
You know, it's business. This is
Hold
a
on,
fucking.
man. Hold on, man. Give him some. It's not an American dream, y'all. It's business. You heard it here on the Perfect Timing podcast show, man.
Yeah,
and
there's no such thing as American dream.
you remember 8 is Enough? When we was kids, man, the TV show 8 is Enough. I remember 8 is Enough. I remember they had a ceremony where they burnt the mortgage. And they burnt that memory in my head and my mama head, and it made it this thing that we wanted. It was so elusive. And when they said that you could have it during the early 90s and shit, that everybody went after it, but we didn't see that it was just a financial product like a car. And we thought it was this thing that was burnt in our image. We thought it was a dream, but it's the same as buying a fucking used car. And what everybody got stuck with was a lemon. But it can't be a lemon, no, right, Jay Sean? This a house in America, right? I watched 8 is Enough. They all got around this silver bowl, and they burnt the mortgage when dad paid off the house, and they all cried, and they all lived in the house, and they all got married in the house, and they buried them in the backyard. And that's what we all wanted in America. 8 is Enough. They burnt the mortgage. You would have a mortgage burning party, right? Right? So this can't be a lemon. America wouldn't let me buy a lemon.
America is no respecter of persons, man. They don't give a fuck about your emotional attachment to the house.
And what happened is they couldn't, because people didn't think a house could be a lemon.
Yeah.
How could a house be? You bought a fucking lemon, not only in the contractual sense, but in the physical sense, right here in Solano County, in the Bay Area, where they was throwing up these homes with this shit, this siding that would just fall down and sink into putting shit on mosh pits. You come back and 2 years later, the house then sunk down 2 feet, literally a lemon, and people wouldn't move. People didn't move. You built on a mosh pit, $500,000 on a mosh pit. And people didn't move because they didn't understand that it was a lemon, Nigga, this 5 bedrooms.
I would say this. I would say it a different way. If you are holding on to something that was passed down to you, right? And the reason it was passed down to you was to give you something of value. But if you don't make the right decisions to maintain the value that this thing created, for instance, if I passed down a house to my daughter, and that house when I passed it down to was worth $1 million, but because of shit like you talking about, the structural issues, the community goes to shit, the infrastructure of the county has been mismanaged, and it goes to shit, and now the value of the home starts to lose value. You got to sell. You got to sell, or you're pissing away everything that was handed down to you.
Okay,
you know what I mean,
we getting into it. We getting into it.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? This is all business.
Why? Wait, why did she sell? Her daddy gave her this, and you not here. You a king. The king is gone. Why would she sell the king's castle? Let's get into it, because this is what we not doing. Because we not. This is the emotional maturity. I've been talking to my wife about this shit. Emotional maturity. Because this is the thing, and it's not easy sometimes. But why would she sell the king's castle? What understanding is you giving your daughter in that moment? What brings her to be able to make that decision?
I told my daughter everything is war. All
Oh,
right,
shit.
Everything is war. So if I earn something that will, and I pass it down to you, that's worth $1 million, and you hold on to it to the point because you have an emotional attachment to it, and because you held on to it 15, 20 years later, it's now only worth $250,000. You've lost my war. I built up the wealth for you to have wealth. So if it's time to sell the fucking property, it's time to sell the fucking property. And what you do is you move on to something else. You put that money that your father built, and you put it into something else that's going to make wealth. This is how people get rich in America. Look, I'm gonna tell you something.
Rich dad, poor dad. Rich dad, poor dad.
There's a guy named Donald Trump. You might have heard of him. You might have heard this guy. This guy called Donald Trump. I'm not really gonna talk about him though. I'm talking about his father. See, Trump's father's father, Trump's grandfather, was a crook. Right? He had brothels. He got kicked out of America. Then went back to Germany. Got kicked out of Germany because he didn't want to do it, fulfill his obligation. These are draft dodgers and taxpayers. He's not good people. But the hustling,
Kennedy.
Yeah, but hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. The hustling that his grandfather did established the initial wealth. So when he did come back from Germany, he went to New York. He started buying properties when it was real cheap back then, before anything was built up. Of course, New York blew up. New York grew up. You know what I mean? We talking about the early 1900s. New York was growing. And it turned into a financial juggernaut, right? So now you got properties in that city. His son, took it to the next level. You see what I'm saying? He kept that business going. He sold properties when he was selling. He didn't, you know what I'm saying? If he had emotional attachments to everything his father did, then Trump would have had no wealth. You see what I'm saying? He sold what he needed to sell. He fucked who he needed to fuck. He did what he needed to do, you know what I'm saying, to grow the money. It's about the wealth. It's not about the property.
Everything is war.
Yeah, so they moving for war. We're going to establish our name by hook or crook, and we're going to sell when we need to sell. We're going to do the smart shit. We're going to avoid taxes when we need to. We're going to do whatever we need to do. And then we're going to pass it down to my son. Now you into Donald Trump. And he kept the same shit going. He took it to the next level. He took the property game and the name that his father established and then turned that name into a brand.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying? This is how you move. It's business. I promise you, the first property that his grandfather bought, they sold that shit a long time ago. You feel me? So you hold shit that appreciates, and when it starts to lose, you get rid of it. Didn't Trump just sell that hotel in D.C. because he's losing money? It's not personal.
He don't give a fuck if it say Trump in the front.
You know what I'm saying? It's not like he's not like, my fucking daughter gotta have it. Nigga, this shit's losing money. You gotta go.
Like that.
Gotta go. Let's get what we can out of this shit. Let me see if I can make a profit off the sale. You know what I mean? And be out of here.
Like that old ass car that be in the garage while you in jail 20 years.
Yeah.
And no one sells the car. They keep the car. Or they bury him in the car. And he sold dope for his whole life for this Mercedes. Like, yeah, man. That's why I wanted you to go into it, man. Thank you, because
I wish my daughter would bury $20,000 with me and not invest that shit in something. If I left you $20,000, you better take that shit and grow it.
Facts.
You bury that shit with me, I will come out of that grave and choke your ass.
I'm coming back. I'm coming back.
Yeah.
What you got on Juicy? Juicy got him crazy. Got him crazy.
You know what? I wanted to say something before we move on to Juicy.
For sure.
My man Pastor $40 is right. You need to go where your people are. And he's talking about going back to North Carolina, South Carolina. He's absolutely right. Those are actually places that are prime, not only to grow economically, but there are a lot of corporations looking to move back to the East Coast. So these are opportunities. You go with the flow. You know what I mean? And if you want to have economic and political power, you need numbers. Okay? You can't be the only nigga in South Dakota. You got no political power.
Illest nigga in Nebraska.
Unless you're the richest man in Nebraska, then other than that, then that's a different thing.
Shout out to my brother G. G said he said, don't say that, bro. He said people get hurt for saying that. He from Omaha. Shout out to my brother G.
Whatever. So property is always also a way to live off. Yeah. Hell yeah. Property is everything. Property is everything. I mean, I got multiple properties. If I fall on hard times, I got somewhere to live. You know what I mean? Just that alone. You know what I'm saying? Just that alone. I don't have to go rent nothing. I don't have to go buy something else. I can just fall back on what I currently have. You know, or I can sell what I have to buy something else. You know what I mean? It's just a dope.
That go back to what you initially said about being American and being free.
Yeah, I mean, look, man. This America is a business. It was founded as a business. See, there's a couple of things that happened, and not only they gave us that bullshit American dream shit, they got motherfuckers kneeling on their knees and shit, proposing to chicks. All of that shit is bullshit. It's all created to make money. You can't show me a movie before 1950 something that had motherfuckers proposing on their knees. It's a new thing. Now, everywhere you go, if you propose to your woman in the middle of the street right now, or if you propose to her, and people gonna be like, "Oh, did he get on his knee?" You see what I'm saying? You see the programming. You see did he give you a big ring? For what?
Every night you hear it.
I mean, yeah, it becomes this concept, this thing that's programmed to people, and it becomes an ego thing, not just for the female, her getting a nice ring and getting a man put on knees. Now you got men out here competing for the best proposal. Think about it. You see these videos out here, niggas are getting creative with proposals. See what I'm saying? This is all emotional. None of it has to do with the business of marriage.
I knew you was going there. I knew you was going there. Because you could be married to a limit.
You know what I'm going to say? Exactly. You know what I'm going to propose to her? And this is what I'm thinking of. Marriage should be 10-year contracts anyway. You should have to renew my marriage. That's my opinion. But that's a whole nother live stream to break down that fucking shit. That's just my thing. But you know what I see people doing all the time? People renew their vows, right? They renew their vows because of the love and because of the appreciation. They have anniversaries and all that. See, that's when you show. Once things have been proven, like this sister has been on my side, man. She's had my back. She's bore my children. She's a good mom. You know what I mean? I'm going to show out and celebrate her. This bitch you just met 2 months ago, you don't know her. But we're doing all this celebrating up front. And that's a bad investment. Now show me, now, you see what I just did? Now correlate that to business. Would you do that in any business where you just give up all the money up front and hope that a stock performs, or hope that not a stock, excuse me, a property gains in value, or let's say a company, you put money into a company, you put initial investments right into a company, you see how they perform, and then you give them more money when they need to grow, when they need to scale their business, right? You see what I'm saying? But all this is based on performance over time. You don't give them $200,000 up front. No, you give them initial $10,000. You see how they do. You know what I mean?
You remove the hope. When you said there's no hope. Remember earlier when you were talking about love, there is no hope in business. If you hope, you lost already when it comes to business.
Rap, man. You know what I mean? It's a rap. And you got to know when to pull the plug. You got to say, all right, fine. I put 10,000 into this business. These motherfuckers don't know what they're doing. They talk real fly. They take you out to dinner. They pour their heart out and tell you how much they this is their dream. This is what they want to do for. Look, man, but the paperwork, man. I'm looking at the numbers. You know what I'm saying? I'm out. You see what I'm saying? I'll just cut my losses and move on because I got money and other things. So you take a risk. You know what I mean? It's all a risk, right?
You don't just hope it all works out.
Right? No, you don't hope. No, hell no.
Like in the Disney way. Hold on. You don't hope it all works out.
No,
you know
I gave you 10 G's. I gave you 10 G's. You fucked it off. I don't see anything promising. I don't see anything. I know there's ups and downs in business, but I don't see anything that tells me to put another 10,000 into you. You feel me? And that's how we should be approaching life in every area, including marriage. Yeah, that's just my opinion. Because marriage is a business. It's a fucking business license. It's it's a contract you have with the state. It should be treated as such. But they don't do that. They give you this business contract and then they treat you with the emotional shit.
You though, as the man, you get treated with the emotional shit. But she will not put up with you if you turn into a lemon. Literally, if your ass get round, your ass got to go. That contract is null and void. Oh boy, you train your ass.
And what is she doing? What is she doing? Perfect timing. She's taking care. She's handling her business.
She watching her taco.
She's handling her business. Goddamn right. You know what I mean? And that's what men got to start thinking. So
there's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing wrong. It is what it is. It is what it is. Like my homegirl Tina Turner said.
It's our failure to understand these things. It's our failure to hold them to the same level that they hold us to.
Yep.
For pussy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's our failure.
Get rid of them, girl.
We whine.
You can do better, girl.
Shit.
You know what I mean? Girl, you can do better, girl. Get rid of them, girl.
Right?
Do what you got to do, girl. Be happy, girl. Nah, man. Like, look, this is business, and that's why I stay unmarried. You know what I mean, like, if you all right, that's fine. You know what? If you want,
you better stay with that girl, Jay Shine. You better work it out with that girl, Jay Shine.
Nah, man. Listen, man.
You know what you did. You know what you did. Them is your kids. You better take care of that girl and them kids. That's what we hear. No matter what she do, no matter what she do, from your mama, from her mama.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. You dropped off?
No, I'm here.
Okay. Now I was going to say, look, man, if it's about love, show me. Show me. You love me? Show me. If it's about love, right? Show me. Then we don't, be here. I be faithful. We be good. We can do business together. I hope you get a house. We help you do what you want to do. We could be in a serious relationship. But why are we getting married? Marriage is a business. All right? It's a business. And that's why a lot of men get torn out the frame. And I see it. And I watch other men go through this shit. And I'm like, damn. These are dudes that were being good dudes. They married women. They were doing the right thing. And look where they at. Look what's happening to them. Look how she's doing.
Well, let's break it down. I don't think they really hear you, because I'm hearing you. But let my good brother Son Claude coming up to the building.
What's up, Son Claude? Yeah. What's up, Son Claude? Oh, he ain't on yet.
Peace.
What's going on? Because I'm gonna tell you right now, Perfect, I don't think I'm super nigga. You know what I mean? I don't think I'm super nigga. If I see cats go through shit, I'm like, okay, that's not gonna be me. You know what I mean?
You know what? I disagree with Jay Shine.
Uh-oh.
And I absolutely agree with Jay Shine all at the same time.
Here we go. Come on, Son Claude.
I believe that marriage is for life, and life is 10 years. Do you know that in some countries, when they convict you and send you to prison for life, you can still get out while you're alive? Because life is a set amount of years.
Right.
Isn't that curious and very interesting? What piqued my interest about what Jay Shine said about marriage should be a contract of 10 years that should be renewed every 10 years.
Right.
You don't take it for granted.
It could be,
you don't slip.
Or nullified.
You don't slack.
Right.
You don't take they're going to have to pay this or they're going to have to pay that. No, under the Jay-Shine 10-year clause, no. We go our separate ways. Nobody pays nobody nothing.
Yeah, we did what we supposed to do. We did. Time's over.
Exactly.
Time's
The
up.
contract has been fulfilled in full. There are no penalties to be paid. Now, if you want to break up during the contract, then there's some other things that you'll have to pay, like some fees that you'll incur. But it makes sense to me to do it like that. If you were, because in today's day and age, people be slipping.
You know what it is, Son Claude? You know what it is, Son Claude? What they've done is that they've ushered in equality. I'm doing air quotes right now, right? But they keep a lot of things like that patriarchal. You see what I'm saying? And
Feminism.
and that's
Jay
it's
Shine,
all feminism, but when it
we
comes to
got
that
a saying
contract,
in Spanish, Jay Shine. Loco, pero no se come la mierda. They're crazy, but they don't eat shit.
right?
So that means they're not crazy. You know, a really, truly crazy person would eat shit. Oh, look at all this free ice cream as it's coming out. They be gobbling it down. But they ain't crazy.
No, they're not crazy. That's why I dismiss that love shit, because where's all this love when the marriage is on the rocks? You know what I mean? That's where real love kicks in. When there's trouble, when there's problems.
When work got
Everybody.
You mean when the wolf comes and blows?
Yeah, exactly. That's when you see when somebody really cares. When it's on about them, you know what I mean? When it's down, not when it's up. When it's up, everybody's happy. You know what I mean? When you making all the money, your dick works right, everything's good. You know what I'm saying? You know, you got the man that everybody else wants, so your ego is fulfilled. Everything's good. But if you slip a little bit, then she's like, oh, I got to get up out of here. That's not love. You see what I'm saying? So I don't entertain that conversation. Because to me, love either happens or grows. Remember back in the day when they put people together? And they end up staying together 40, 50 years, and they grew in love. You know what I mean?
And Jay Sean, I'm going to add something to it. The most valuable company in the world right now is Apple.
Shout out to Apple.
If Steve Jobs did not have what Jay Sean is talking about right now, Apple would not be here. Apple would not be the most valuable company in the world. They pushed Steve Jobs out of his position at Apple. Then they hired on, I think, was the former CEO of Coca-Cola to take over a computer company. For those people who don't know, this happened back in the early 90s. Steve Jobs went, he got Richard Feynman, a physicist, and he got a whole bunch of other people, and he started a new company called Next. All of those Macs that you experienced in the later 90s, in the late 90s, early 2000s, up till to this day, they're all built on top of what Steve Jobs did at Next. Apple acquired Next and all their intellectual property and integrated it into their product line.
Microsoft stole it.
Because Apple was dying after they kicked Steve Jobs out. When they brought in that soft drink CEO to take over the company, they were dying. They didn't have good ideas. They didn't have the innovation. They didn't have the person that they needed at the helm to make a successful business. So Steve Jobs had this company that had this cutting edge technology, and he came back to Apple, and Apple succeeded with that technology. What does that mean? He didn't need Apple.
Apple needed him.
Apple needed Steve Jobs. Steve Jobs did not need Apple. It got to the point where Steve Jobs was Apple. Without him, you wouldn't have the iPhone. People think the iPhone was the first smartphone. No, it wasn't. There have been at least 5 attempts to crack that nut, and he was the only one to do it. Or I should say he was the first one to do it.
How did he die anyway?
I think he died of some kind of cancer.
Okay.
And he wanted to cure it in a homeopathic way, and that's what did him in.
There's a movie. It's a good movie. It's a good movie about the.
I think I know you're talking about.
Yeah, but that goes back to saying to what Jay Sean was saying. Oh, Apple's doing bad. I can't go back over there. I can't be with Apple because Apple's not doing well right now. You wouldn't have the Apple of today if Steve Jobs wasn't the kind of guy he was.
Yeah, that was an emotional decision. Yeah.
And that applies to marriages. Jay Sean is saying a marriage is a business. And if you ain't in it for the long haul, you're not going to succeed. You're not going to have a great marriage. You can't call your marriage a great marriage if you've never had a rough patch in it. That's like saying, this is the best and strongest bridge in the world. Hey, no car's ever gone across it. No truck has ever gone across it. How you going to say it's the strongest? You've never tested it in the highest wind days with the heaviest load on it.
Right.
How are you going to claim all these things if it's never been tested?
Correct. Yeah.
What's up, Claude? Used to. What's up, brothers? Everybody, Jason.
What's up, Pastor? What's going on, brother?
G.
Yeah, Pastor and my little bro G on the panel. What's up, brothers? How y'all doing? Youngsters representing.
Well, you know, there used to be a saying that my aunts and uncles and daddy and mom, all the people I know, that they said it stood the test of time. They would always say that. Stood the test of time. They kept saying that, and I was like, what the hell y'all talking about? Nigga, time passed. What time is passing regardless? What are you talking about? Then I got a little bit older. Then I understood the test of time. It took a while. It took the test of time for me to understand what that actually meant.
Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. Yeah, I think time is
What you got, little bro? What you got, little bro, on it? We've been talking about Jussie Smollett, but this conversation, you guys, started from a conversation I had with Mark Nash, and Mark Nash is a youngster like you, around the same age as Pastor and G, and he was just expressing to me about his discontent for the manosphere content. You know what I'm saying? He just really doesn't like the bashing of Black women, and he doesn't like having conversations about relationship without females equally represented on the panel. And so that's why we start talking about these different things, and we using different analogies to talk about relationships. But I just want to know if y'all could chime in either on Jussie or like Pastor, you've alluded to this, like both of us have and G, but like I basically told Mark that this thing got off the rails, and it is about men like the men on the panel right now. That's why I created 5.0, because it is about father power. It is about families. It is about husbands. It is about having this understanding about when to commit and when to jump ship, and about knowing that everything is war, knowing when to apply and when not to apply emotion, having these conversations. I talk about, you know, my little brother said, the journey to Apothos, this daily battle with the flesh. And a lot of times when you have this, it's a lot of pride and ego attached to, you know, this commitment issues, not being able to sell a house, not being able to commit to not being able to have a divorce, or not being able to stay monogamous. But we don't talk about these things. So I told Mark that the things that he was saying on the panel that he represents is what the manosphere is. I know it had got away from that, but if we continue to say, well, I'm not the manosphere, but we not understanding the history of what like Jay Sean and certain brothers created, that it was a representation of what manhood really is. So what y'all got on that, man? Give me y'all 2 cents on that, brothers.
What's up? How the brothers feeling, man?
Peace to the
Feeling good,
guys.
bro. Peace to you, man.
I would say that in reply to Mark Nash and his criticism, he doesn't have to listen to it. You know, a lot of times you get these people coming in and they hearing certain things and they're not understanding the context of what the manosphere is. They're not saying that we're lying. They're not saying that the brothers are not telling the truth. They just saying that they don't like to hear it like that. You know, the space was created for brothers to be able to tell the truth and not have to worry about how women feel or do nothing like this, man. So that's all I'll say to that, brother, man. Maybe he's not worried about when the women is being bashing us for the last 40 years, calling us nothing and dirt in front of everybody, man. We got a group of women that'll go in front of the whole world and talk about they don't need us. And we supposed to care about their feelings? When every other group of women in the world need their man to survive, we know that black women need us to survive. They've been surviving off of our benevolence and love for them since they've been over here. Black men fought for civil rights. Black men got dogs sicked on them and sprayed by water hoses and beat and hung and got their testicles cut off and their stomachs cut open and decapitated for these women to even have a right to walk around and speak, just for them to get it on live in the public and tell the world that we nothing. They cool with that, but they not cool with the sacrifices that our grandfathers made. So that's what I have to say to him, man. Like, I don't got no issue with the brothers as far as nothing like that. And I don't like a lot of the content either, but I understand. I understand where the brothers be coming from, because that shit hurt. That shit hurt being a good brother who always did the best that he could, no matter the circumstances, just to see the same people that's supposed to love us, that's supposed to be our mothers, say we not shit. They go in front of our enemies. They go in front of our enemies and willingly participate in the slander of our character.
Yeah. That's absolutely
So
true.
I have no sympathy for that. I have no sympathy for them.
Yeah.
If you're men, we've died for them, man. Think about that shit, Perv. How many times you done been tired at work, working that motherfucking shift, but you was just thinking like, man, I'm gonna make sure my girl gets something nice for Valentine's Day. Just for this group of women to come up and say, oh, niggas ain't shit. I don't need no nigga. Like, wow.
I think you have a valid point to our humanity. And in that this duality, this dichotomy that you speak to, because it's a yin and yang on both sides. But I like how you humanize us into the grief process that we're going through as men.
No,
Because
not
like
even
you said,
humanize us, Perf. We are the humans.
correct.
We the black men are the original human.
We don't get treated like that is what my point is. They don't give us that. They don't give us that.
And we
don't give ourselves that.
Yeah. And we so forgiving. We so all inclusive that we forgive everybody, man. We forgive our women for committing treason to us. We forgive the Europeans
Hold on,
for
time out. Who said they forgive anybody? I ain't forgiving nobody.
You don't have to say it. We already done it.
Ah, shit.
Just because the fact that we even willing to participate in these economies and go to work and build and not tear this motherfucker apart, that's showing that we forgive it. You know what? I was reading a book on slavery, right? I don't think people truly understand this shit for real. There was men who were born here and only lived for 25 years, 30 years, and was killed. But for every day, from the moment that they could walk, there was a shovel and a pickaxe in their hand, and they was building the highway systems of this country until every day they worked them to death. That literally worked to where you could see the bones in their hands. Worked them to death This is the sacrifice our ancestors made. We don't owe nobody shit. This is our
And
country, man.
AMG, so this is my position, man. And I love everything you just said.
It's an
You
echo.
know,
We
and
got
that's
echo.
it's coming from G. G, you got a headset or something? Oh, so look, that's what I would say. This, you know, a lot of what G is saying is correct, and we got to start thinking about how we move forward. And that's why I take a business position on all of it. You know what I mean? When you get into the history of what we've been through in this country, it's fucking it's depressing. You see what I'm saying? And we have so many things against us as black men. So this is what I want to say to y'all, and maybe you can play with this idea. I see the situation as freedom. If we was in an intact community, right? If we was an intact community, a functional intact community, as men, we would have a lot more responsibilities because we're an intact community. We don't have that right now. We have complete freedom right now. We have a chick that wants to do what she wants to do. We have other groups coming in the country competing against us. They also anti-black shit. We already know what's going on with the dominant society. So we have the ability to be free now, to be complete tyrants, complete barbarians, to go out here and build whatever the fuck we want to build, how we want to build it. But the crux of it has to start with a code of conduct amongst the men. That's the only way it's going to work. And there's some things we have to iron out amongst us as brothers, you know, because everything that G just said, we gotta make sure we understand that we gotta stop disrespecting each other as black men.
Can I ask
You
you
know
a
what I mean?
question, brother? Can I ask you a
Go ahead,
question?
sir.
This is just my own personal confusion. Not saying what you're saying is confusing, but my own personal confusion is, how do you become a barbarian with a code of conduct? Because I do believe that black men do have a code of conduct. Because even when you talk to our drug dealers, our killers, they always have a code of conduct of family, and because they try to make it seem like there's more rapists in our community than there actually are. They're not. We had a lot of black men that are just willing to hustle and do whatever for a lot of times family. So how do you? How can we? I don't know how we can. I don't know. We're. I think that's what we're actually struggling with. The fact that how do you become a barbarian when we do have a, like G was saying, a code of conduct, the willingness to die for others.
Well, here's the thing: barbarians are not rugged individuals. You know, they could be, but barbarians used to roll in tribes. There were tribes of barbarians. The Huns were barbarians. You know what I mean?
I have to agree with Jay Sean. You have to look into the definition, actually the origin of the word barbarian.
Listen, barbarian was
Romans, when
anybody
they
not
heard the
Roman.
people who were not Roman, when they would hear them, it sounded to them like bar when they were talking. That's where barbarian came from. Anybody who wasn't Roman was a barbarian.
And those guys united together and they took down Rome. You know, my thing is, you know, we having a code amongst men is separate from how we attack the world. What I'm saying by being a barbarian is having no more emotional attachments. Okay, we as black men, we have way too many emotional attachments. We're way too emotional in how we think and how we live, the decisions we make. We got to start becoming more business-like. Business, to make sure we understand each other. When I say business, I'm talking about war. Business is a form of war. It's a form of warfare. That's what business is. All right. I'm taking from somebody else to gain for myself. That's what business is. They want to call it capitalism. Capitalism is simple. I win, you lose. Somebody's going to fucking lose for me to eat more or have more. You know what I mean? So technically, these fucking white boys are still barbarians. Because they don't give a fuck what happens to the environment. They don't care what happens to poor people around the world. They don't care about the third world countries. Long as they winning. They don't care. They don't care about your family structure and what's happening to other black people who are actually technically they're countrymen in America. They don't care what's happening to black communities. They don't care, long as they win.
It's not that they don't care. This is how it's supposed to be. See,
I want
we
to
got an
touch on something
idea.
he said
Go
earlier.
ahead, son. Go ahead, son.
I want to touch on something that Jay Shine and both G said earlier. Because we're talking at cross purposes of one thing. Jay Shine was talking about respecting black men, respecting their fellow black man.
Right.
And G was talking about how this manosphere is a space where men can vent their frustrations. Start with the black man in the mirror. Start respecting him. Because you're not respecting the black man in the mirror is the reason that you're dealing with trifling women. Because you don't respect yourself. Number two, when you come into these spaces and men are venting their frustrations, my girl does that. My girl does that. And you hear all these other people saying that their girls do that and they're not happy with it. Then you can gain the understanding of, oh, this is unacceptable behavior. I always thought it was unacceptable, but I thought it was normal. And if everybody else here is also finding it unacceptable, then it must be unacceptable. And if it is, you need to stop accepting it. Because that's why you're in the situation you're in, is because you keep on accepting that type of behavior.
Right. And
So
let me say this real quick. Let me just add this real quick. Let me just add this real quick. And what Son Claude is saying is absolutely straight. Now, what I'm saying as a group, when we stop accepting bullshit as a group, is that's the code. All right, that's
No, we can't do that, Jay Sean, because we don't operate as a group. We operate as a bunch of individuals.
I recognize that. I recognize that. And you're absolutely right. You know what I mean? But I'm saying that, but that's also part of our problem. Because like me and you, Pastor, we might not fucking play with these hoes, right? We might be on some hardcore. We ain't having it. We ain't tolerating no fuckery, none of that shit. But she can still go across the street and get, you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? And that's part of the problem.
It's not a problem. Listen, what the women do is not a problem. The only problem is we don't operate as a group. Until you're ready to say, okay, I'm willing to put aside all of my individual axioms if the brothers come together and we all get in the group and agree upon the thing amongst each other. See, most of us is stuck in this rapid individualism where we don't want to be part of no real group. We don't want to adhere to a code of honor or a code of ethics because that shit is hard to do. And we wasn't bred to be committed. See, commitment is more than just saying words. Commitment is saying, okay, we gonna die together today. Is you with me or no? Most niggas will be like, nah, I'm not with that. I gotta live my life for this or that.
Right.
To be committed to a code, when these people, I read a book about when they formed America, and there was some dudes in West Virginia who they call rednecks. And I don't think people understand that that's a code of honor. That's a badge of honor to white people to be a redneck because the rednecks fought the government. See, people don't know the history behind that. They came together in the hills of West Virginia and said, before we give up our land, before we give up this dirt that we fought hard and bled for, we gonna go to war with the United States National Guard. And they
For
did.
people who want more insight, G is talking about Shays Rebellion.
Yeah. And they went to war and they made a commitment. They said, look, no matter what happens today or tomorrow, we gonna die on this shit we talking about. And they made a deal as brothers. Forget what the women talking about. Forget that we got kids and all this shit. They said, look, is you gonna die with me today, brother? And they all made an agreement that we gonna die on this shit we stand on. See, our issue as brothers is we don't got no code like that we don't live by. It's just free for all. Nigga, do what you want to do and live your best life. You know what I'm saying? We don't live by a code like that. And until we have a code that we live by, we gonna continue to be pushed around because we have no common goal and no sacrosanct unity.
that was one of the biggest problems that they had with that whole. I mean, I hate this. I'm not trying to bash or nothing, and you know, and I think Jussie is guilty. Get his ass out of here. He guilty. Okay, and we ain't worried about Jussie. Jussie guilty. He guilty. But man, we do need to get. Damn, man, we were talking about the motherfucking rednecks and motherfucking willing to die for theirs. Like we had a Black Wall Street, but they rebuilt the new Black Wall Street in Atlanta, the Jussie Smollett area. And they just trying to, oh man.
You know, me and Sunclaw have been talking about it makes me think about the conversation we had about emotional currency and emotional intelligence, and Kevin Samuels had picked up on our conversation too. We had talked about, but
what he copy?
Well, he started talking about emotional currency and deposit, making that deposit in the bank when it comes to a relationship, and when a relationship you can't get any more out of it, and that's like in business too. But in this, when we having this conversation and our inability to do these things, our inability to unify, it made me think about that conversation and our lack of emotional intelligence, and that got a lot to do with our broken homes and our lack of brotherhood. Because we talking about, because it gets back to when I first met Alonzo on the panel, I was like. And Alonzo and Jay Sean, it was the same time. Both of those brothers, and you said it today, that we need to get to the network. And I said, Alonzo, we can't do the networking unless we build the brotherhood. And then Nameless start talking about why we can't do the brotherhood. And he gave a solution with the in-group, out-group politics, and that's where I came with the cool table. But it's all about this emotional intelligence to get us to the brotherhood. Once we get this brotherhood formed, then we could do the networking and do the farm, do the investments with the housing and everything. But it is our lack of emotional intelligence and our ability to control our emotions. Right. This is what leads to the issues in Tennessee, like Slim and Compton right now. It's a lot of things where we don't know how to process our emotions because we haven't had the example. And we don't talk about it. We always say, don't talk about your emotions, and this is emotions free. But we don't have proper emotional intelligence and know how to remove our emotions from situations, how to compartmentalize certain things. We lack that intelligence. And it's, to be honest, it's a skill set. We beat ourselves up like we spoke. We are not born with it. You're supposed to have fathers and examples. Nameless talked about in Africa how it's okay for men to have separate groups from the women. And that as a child playing soccer, he had certain groups. But when he became 18, he was able to matriculate into adult groups. It made me think about like lives of like Jay Sean, you could relate, G, you could relate. Like in the hood, we call it jumping off the porch, and we used to call it graduating. And what it meant to us to be considered a man. This could happen at 12. It could happen at 16. But these things are lost. And it keeps us from mending these fences. It keeps us from unifying. It keeps us from building a brotherhood. So I can't put like earlier we was talking about the hope, Jay Sean. Well, it would be hopeful now for me to go into business with another black man because the brotherhood don't exist. If I give you this $10,000, I hope it's gonna work out because I hope black men get everything together, right? Brother's gonna work it out, right? But the true emotional intelligence in us really removing that and being able to do business where we trust that this investment is gonna be beneficial for both of us, and he not gonna steal my money, he not gonna fuck my wife. We're not there yet.
Hold up, perfect time. Let me just say this real quick. Um, just keep in mind too, because what you're saying is correct. I get where you're coming from, but keep in mind, brother, a lot of white businesses fail too. A lot of investments don't go. You know what I mean? They have a lot of fuckery going on in the dominant society. They at each other's through all the time. When I worked at the Pentagon, I used to watch white men of high rank going after each other every day, fucking each other every day. You know, you know what I mean? That's what you ever watch a show called Billions?
No, but I can
Oh,
relate.
you gotta watch this show, fam.
No,
Hey,
no,
Suncore, please tell me you've seen Billions.
I don't watch TV, Jay Sean.
No, but
Oh, this shit is
I can
must see
relate.
TV. God damn.
I can relate because I lived through the 80s. So I know
Yeah.
how they are. It's doggy dog, right?
Yeah.
Remember that terminology? I lived through that. When they live like that, you don't hear that no more. I bet that's not even probably a good term. You feel what I'm saying? But we actually lived through it when they was actually, my father was a DOG on his sweatsuit. It was doggy dog. Remember the songs? They had songs. It was a mentality and a lifestyle of men. Tom Cruise, Sean Penn. Yeah, man, we lost that. So I can relate to that, but that takes a certain level of emotional intelligence to work with that guy still the next day.
Yeah, I feel you. I'm just saying, just do right business. Don't do no brown paper bag business. You know, you do right business.
But
Use your institutions. You know what I mean?
but
Use your
trip off.
institutions and your
But no,
courts.
no. But let's not jump over that. It takes a certain level of emotional intelligence to have a beer with him that night and work together the next day. And that's what they do. That's what you saw, right?
Got you. I got you. I got you. I'm with you. And you're right. You're right. And but this is something we have to build on. But my man said it earlier. He said it. You know, we got to start. You know, first of all, I believe with Sun Club, we got to start with that mirror, right? So
Yeah.
this is something I have to work on every day as well. Because there's times where I'm easy. I'm quick to go to fuck this nigga. You know what I mean? You
I'm
know, I'm
talking
dealing with
about
no.
me. I'm talking about me. Hold on. Y'all thought I'm talking about. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. I'm talking about me. I'm the one who be crying on live and all type of shit. I'm talking about me.
No, I hear you saying,
I'm
but I'm
talking
saying,
about me. Yeah,
I'm saying, I'm talking about me now, right? So I'm saying, like, there's times where I'll be dealing with other black people, and I'll be ready to, like, man, fuck this nigga, but I gotta check myself. You see what I'm saying? Because I wouldn't do that to a cracker. You see what I'm saying? There's certain things in us that we have to check, you know, as individuals, you know, and then we go from there. You know, and that's the best thing I could tell you because I can't really tell Pastor how to feel. I can't tell you how to feel. I can't tell Sunclaw how to feel. But I know for me personally, I gotta check the inner distrust and then ask myself, why do I trust these other people so much when they do shiesty shit too? They'll fuck you too.
Now I want to put a pin in that. Now, this is what I've been doing lately on these panels. Jay Sean, you've been here a long time. Can you? I feel like I've been watching a long time. I feel like something is happening right now because this conversation, this type of shit, this understanding, like what G is asking for, is manifesting in your speech. And I just gotta take a moment to just call that out.
Yeah, I know. I know how G feels, man.
And it's
I get he's absolutely right on the merits. I mean, you know, there's nothing wrong with what he's saying. Nothing.
and you
Everything that man was saying was right.
but the most powerful, you fixing it. You hearing it, you hearing your brother. This is the real brotherhood right here because your honesty, your openness is an example. It's being fixed. That's what God told me to say right now. You fixing it right now. That's what the fuck is happening in this sphere right now. Shit, we fixing it right now. You fixed it right then. For critical intelligent motherfuckers paying attention. We growing intelligence, emotional intelligence in this space right now. It's not easy. One of the brothers, Sean, almost left.
Hell no, it's not easy at all. This
It's
shit's
not
work.
easy.
It's work. And I'm gonna tell you something else though. It has to happen, and this is the hardest part about my conversation that I have in the space with a lot of brothers. It's not sexy, but we're gonna have to raise what we want. We're gonna have to raise it. You know what I mean? And I know what somebody's gonna say. How you gonna raise? Well, you know, look, man, I got my daughter. You know, her mother is a piece of work, but I got custody of my daughter. You know, and if you can't get custody, you fight to be in their lives and you make sure that you know you imposing on them, but also being an example that you want them to be. You know, so you got to work on yourself, work on your situation, make sure you know bring yourself up, and then be that example to them, and then just keep banging on them, give them that foundation, so they can go out here and do better. You know, but unfortunately, we're gonna have to raise what we want, what we're looking for. It's not gonna happen overnight. We didn't get here overnight.
Hey, Jay Sean, I'm thinking about Rogish right now for some reason. Maybe it has something to do with what you just finished saying. Also, keep your eyes open for women who are going to follow your game plan and who are willing to follow your game plan. They might be right there under your nose and you're overlooking them. You chasing after something that you don't need. You might want that thing you chasing, but you might not need that thing you chasing.
All right. You want me to be really cold with it? Where the fuck they gonna go anyway, Sunclaw? Where they gonna go? See all this swirler talk, all of this divestment talk. Bitches ain't going nowhere.
Jay Sean, they will get
They ain't got nowhere to
themselves.
go.
They'll get themselves a white man.
Where?
A low value white man.
Oh, a fucking hobbit.
One
Okay.
who has bad credit. One that nobody wants.
No,
They'll get him.
That's sad. Yeah, that's sad.
That
That's
ain't sad. Why?
It's terrible.
They don't want black men. They don't want any black man. They'll rather take a low value.
Oh, I'm
white
not
dude.
saying sad for me. I'm saying sad for them. That's
I'm
horrible.
pissed off right now though about one swirler.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at you, Miss Williams.
Oh,
Serena Williams.
Oh, she about to get got.
If you had Beyonce and Serena, I'll take Serena every day of the week. But she a swirler, man. She a swirler. And then she bleaching her skin too. I said, damn, man, come on now.
So why would you take her?
Oh no, that was before she was a swirler. And before she started bleaching her skin and doing all this craziness.
Yeah.
To me, she was a fine looking woman.
Oh, honey, and he about to get her paper too. So it is what it is. But so Jussie got guilty on 5 counts. So what happens now?
And how much jail time is he gonna get? Probation?
He may get probation. One of the things I was wondering is it double jeopardy? Mark was saying that it's not double jeopardy because it was a state case and a federal case. But I find it problematic because it's something similar to the R. Kelly case where it's the same charges. And if it's a double heaping of justice and it's a double heaping, he's been adjudicated once already. So the city said that they dropped 16 counts and they gave him forfeited a $10,000 bail and he did community service. But what I understand about the law is is it truly dropped if he got community service, because that's a receipt. What am I doing community service for? That means you lessen the charges, and I pled to something, and that whatever we agreed to, I'm going to do community service based on whatever the agreement. So there's some type of agreement that was on the table, but I don't understand that. How after that agreement, then they come back, and then they come back almost in 2019, this agreement took place. And then they come back and then they charge him on the federal level.
Because this is OJ Grand Theft Auto. Because they always want to get OJ for what OJ did, and then or they say he did, or whatever. And then also my uncle back in the 80s had a Nissan Maxima, just like the boys in the hood. And he ran from the cops in that bitch. And he made a cop wreck that car in the country. And he never got his driver's license again because he couldn't pay the county for the damages he did.
Never got his license because he couldn't pay the county. So a couple things for me, it's like I believe, me and Sunclaw, we always ask the why. Why would they bring this case back after a 2019 adjudication, right? And then why, if you can answer me that, and it might be Dennis or Perfect, it's a federal case. Okay, why is it on the television? Why is it the biggest case? Because he's no longer a celebrity. He's not on television.
To give somebody the satisfaction.
Hey, come on now. Because at the end of the first case, you saw what happened. The pride of the mayor and the chief was on the table. And Kamala Harris stepped on Rahm Emanuel's toes. This was about pride and ego. Kamala Harris stepped in with the black female district attorney and told her to squash the case. Hold on, wait a minute.
So hold on. So what's the federal charges that he got? He got 6 charges What
6
are they?
federal charges. He got 6 federal charges. Man, we gotta look it up because somebody look it up. It's disturbing. It's a disorderly conduct, lying to the police, and he was convicted on all 5 counts, but 1 he was not guilty on. I don't really have to break down. This is the lawyer right here. I got the lawyer and the victim on video about to come up. Somebody got some. Sunclaw said he'd be right back. So let's check out this video unless anybody got something to say, because that's my issue with it. I don't really have how they say it. I don't have a dog in this fight on whether or not Jussie lied or not to the police. My thing is like Jason alluded to earlier, as a taxpayer, it's a victimless crime. I don't know why it was made such a big deal in the first place, but I do know why, because then it was an election year. It was political fodder. But now I want to empower and make men, again, intelligent to find out and ask the question and be inquisitive, critically think, why is it now back on our televisions? After a 2019 adjudication, $10,000 and community service, when again, the most he could get now is probation and community service. He doesn't need another level of community service. This office already said he got his proper justice already. So why really, if he cannot get jail time, is this happening again? And why are we being forced to watch it? It has everything from a CBS sitcom, the LGBTQ community, race, multicultural. In the beginning, it was political, right? It was Republican, it was Democrat, it was black, it was Kamala Harris. It pushed all the buttons for a key Google, Facebook story, and we know about the algorithm thoughts.
I'm glad
so
you
why
said
is it?
It's
Come
called
on,
Wag.
man.
It's called Wag the Dog.
Ooh. Algorithm thoughts.
Yeah, exactly, and it's called Wag the Dog. It's actually a very
it's a movie.
It's a military. It's the thing that to have it used politically is to soften it up. If you use it militarily, you can use it like Prince was saying on that couch he was sitting on about waves and 5G. I mean, stuff like that. You can start actually really using these weaponry. It's really weaponry. Well, like you run out of bullets, but you don't. But you can. But it's hard to run out of like foots and soldiers and people because you have 2 hands and 2 feet. It's hard to run out of like water. It's hard to run out of like weather. That's just why weather wants to be used as they want to use weather as weaponry because you always have an atmosphere. You always have people. They're much better than bullets.
Plata pluma. Hey, did y'all catch me on Blackout Wednesday?
So who's that guy right there on the screen? Is that the prosecutor?
Oh, let's take a look. Let's listen to the video. Let's go to the video, everybody. Let's go to the video. Because I don't know who it is, to be honest.
Out-of-pocket expenses of
He deserved justice one way or another. Of course, he is obviously thrilled with the verdict. Jussie Smollett was found guilty on 5 out of 6 charges. The 6th charge is a charge of aggravated battery, and that is because Jussie Smollett told police that his attackers were wearing masks. The jury found Jussie Smollett guilty on the 5 other charges. They are a battery because Jussie Smollett was injured, and they were also hate crime because Jussie Smollett is a black gay man. In all, the jury deliberated for about 9 hours total, 7 hours today, 2 hours yesterday. They only came back with one question. They wanted a copy of the prosecution's calendar, which had giant red X marks on it indicating important dates in this trial. Jussie Smollett will now be sentenced in a matter of a couple of weeks. We are waiting
Can y'all hear that?
to walk through this lobby. Each and every day he has walked through this lobby with his mother, usually locked in.
That was the breakdown in the charges. We can go back.
Walking. Usually almost all of his 5 siblings have been in the courtroom, and that has been a pretty strong visual to see his entire family show up to support him. We do
his sister fine as fuck.
Smollett's attorneys as well. Tammy.
Yeah, she's famous.
So when we took this case, the county pays a standard amount of money each day or each hour. We were paid on the hour. Special prosecutors are paid. When I told Judge Tubman I would do it, I talked to my law firm. We made the decision. If you're going to do this, then just do it for the public. I was asked for my firm to try to help restore the lack of confidence in the criminal justice system because what happened here. That's why Judge Tubman reached out to us, and I told him, we're going to do it,
After we made the decision to do it, I told Judge Tooman we're going to do it and we're not going to charge anything. So there's been, well, there might be out-of-pocket expenses of a few dollars. The answer is we did it for nothing. We did it pro bono, and we did it because we thought it was the right thing to do. And
Mr. Webb, what does that verdict say about State's Attorney Kim Foxx's decision or her office's decision to drop the charges now that you have this guilty verdict on 5 and 6?
Well, the events, I was appointed a special prosecutor because Judge Tooman believed that the circumstances under which the Smollett case was dismissed without a trial was not supported by the evidence. That's why I agreed to take on the case. When I agreed to take on the case, I agreed to
Perfect time it does it again. Yo. Hey, we need a lawyer, bro. We need a lawyer. This brother just got railroaded. I told y'all my daddy was coming home. This brother just got railroaded on the perfect perspective. You heard it here first. We going back, man. We going back. But wait, it gets worse. The same office gave him a $10,000 fine in community service, but at the same time, 4 months later, you heard what he said. Somehow, a judge felt that that wasn't adequate justice, but I showed a video. Y'all go back and look at my playlist. I showed a video with this office and the DA that time that had to recuse herself. Remember the black DA that Kamala Harris tweeted within the first 15 minutes had to recuse herself. She said Jussie Smollett received adequate justice with that $10,000 in that community service. But some people didn't agree with that. And a special counsel was appointed after justice was given out. Can somebody help me? In Chicago, I don't give a fuck if it's federal or not. It's the same people. Justice was already given out, but they wanted more justice. It's not supposed to work that way, bro. It don't matter if he's guilty or not. And if he goes to perfect, he did something. It's a victimless crime. It's like I.P. Freely. It's Bart Simpson. This is Bart Simpson. It never should have been on TV, y'all. The more you hear about the intricacies of the shit, it's Bart Simpson. He's not even smart as Bart Simpson. It's Bart Juicy. It's the Jussie Smollett Bart. It doesn't reach to this level. But what is salacious, what is titillating, is what they did to this black man. Are they out their fucking mind? Did y'all catch the what's the word I'm looking for? The chronological events, the way I put it together, incrementally what took place? And that was a sister who asked that question. What about this office dropping the charges? Did y'all hear that? Let's go back because the sound is fucking horrible.
Right thing to do. And
What does that verdict say about State's Attorney Kim Foxx's decision or her office's decision to drop the charges now that you have this guilty verdict on 5 and 6?
Well, the events, I was appointed a special prosecutor because Judge Tooman believed that the circumstances under which the Smollett case was dismissed without a trial was not supported by the evidence.
Judge Tooman believed that the Smollett case that was dismissed without a trial was not supported by the evidence. Who the fuck are you? Like you hate him. Who? Right. Y'all tracking with me that even though you may have felt that way, according to the law in which you've been trained, justice had already been adjudicated by this office. Why are you still pursuing more dollops of justice? This is what's happened to R. Kelly. It doesn't matter if you believe R. Kelly is guilty or not. Why are they still going back to the well? You're not supposed to be able to do that by the Constitution. Who gives a fuck how you felt, how your ego was bruised? He felt... I don't even understand how he's saying this on camera. What do you mean a judge felt like that wasn't enough justice? You gave out the justice. You don't get to have a feeling. This whole conversation tonight about feelings.
Right.
Fuck.
That's why I agreed to take on the case. When I agreed to take on the case, I agreed to evaluate the evidence to decide whether he should be reindicted. I obviously...
But I don't want to give myself no more props, man. But I mean, fuck, man. He just said reindicted, and it feels so good. Re-indicted, and I knew they would railroad his ass, cause he is black. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Re-indicted, and it feels so good. Re-indicted, and you knew they would. Put a foot to his ass because he is black. Let's go back.
It took me 4 months of work, but I decided 4 months later that I thought the evidence was overwhelming, that he'd committed serious crimes, and I re-indicted him. But then I had to go to trial and prove it. And my position is I wanted a public.
Okay, perfect. You got your answer. You just penis face right here. If penis face feels like it ain't enough justice, the penis face is gonna come and get you and re-indict you. Mommy, the penis man is coming to get me. The penis man is gonna re-indict me. Is re-indict a word? Can you re-indict a motherfucker? Oh, Jussie got re-indicted. Oh shit, that's your new TV show, Jussie. He said, he felt like it. Not a jury, not a Congress, not a Senate, not none of that shit, not a judiciary. He, penis face made up his mind. Penis face. That's how it worked. Jason, penis face could just re-indict you.
Power does what power does, man. That's just crazy.
If I'm indicted, how can I get re-indicted?
And like you said, at the end of the day, it was a victimless crime. It's like, he lied, he did whatever he did, man. But why they spent a lot of money and time on this shit. This don't make no sense to me.
But this is.
I thought something. I mean, has something else been revealed that in this case that I don't know about?
This? He said serious crimes, but the black.
Yeah, like what?
Well, yeah, the guy just broke down what the crimes was, and they were the same crimes as the 16 crimes that was dropped.
Yeah, but they said aggravated assault. Who was assaulted? He lied about being assaulted. Nobody was assaulted.
Nobody was hurt. Attempted or alleged aggravated. I don't know. Potential.
It was a staged. What the fuck? I don't know.
This is Bart.
I've been following the case, so I don't know what the fuck they talking about.
All right,
and I'm not a Jussie Smollett fan.
Me neither.
I really don't give a fuck what happens to him. But
me neither.
But this shit, you're right. It seems like it's over the top.
This is the best part. This is TV movie. Let's keep going.
Trial and let a jury decide. Now that they've decided that Smollett should have been convicted, I believe that we in the Special Prosecutor's Office made the right decision to re-indict him. We made the right decision to take it to trial, and we got a verdict that is obviously a resounding success for us. I'm not going to make comments about that. It's what happened speaks for itself. Any other question?
What sentence should he get?
What? I can't hear you.
What kind of sentence should he get?
Well, that sentence is an issue. He just got convicted 30, 40 minutes ago. So let's wait and see. We happen to have in this case.
Okay, everybody, I just missed that last part. I was putting up Sean comment. Hold on. What he just no. He just matumbo. Hold on. I gotta rewind it because I don't know if I heard what I thought I heard. Did y'all hear? He just swatted down that question. Peter's face ain't playing. He just swatted down that question. Hey, y'all, did anybody hear what was asked? He just swatted. He said, I'm not going to speak to that. Hold on. Okay, let's see. What did he just swat down? Come on. What did he swat down?
The Smollett case was dismissed without a trial, was not supported by the evidence. That's why I agreed to take on the case. When I agreed to take on the case, I agreed to evaluate the evidence to decide whether he should be re-indicted. It took me 4 months of work, but I decided 4 months later that I thought the evidence was overwhelming, that he'd committed serious crimes, and I re-indicted him. But then I had to go to trial and prove it. And my position is I wanted a public trial and let a jury decide. Now that they've decided that Smollett should have been convicted, I believe that we in the Special Prosecutor's Office made the right decision to re-indict him. We made the right decision to take it to trial, and we got a verdict that is obviously a resounding success for us. I'm not going to make comments about that. It's what happened speaks for itself. Any other questions?
Okay, he did. I thought I heard what I thought I heard. Hey, Mark, I don't think it was a federal case. It sounds like it's the same office. Could somebody clarify me if it's a federal case versus a state case or if it's the same office? What I thought, from my research, I thought it was the same office. The sister asked him again, what about the case that was dismissed? He said, I'm not going to speak to it. Whatever happened speaks for itself. I got the conviction that we always wanted.
I'm saying this is the feds right here. Is he a federal prosecutor?
I'm not sure. It sounds like to me still from the state's office that it was. And from my original reporting, it was a special prosecutor, a special attorney appointed by the state. I don't know if this is a federal prosecutor, but it might be. But
perfect.
You got some clarification for us? Because this shit.
No, I just want to remind you. Do y'all remember somebody called Star?
Star Jones? Ken Star?
Ken Star.
Star Wars?
Ken Star.
Yeah,
he was a special prosecutor too.
Yes, he was.
Bill Clinton, yeah, the Bill Clinton case.
Sure. Why is a special prosecutor appointed?
I don't know.
Because they can't trust a regular prosecutor to do the right thing.
Or too many conflicts of interest.
Exactly. Think about that.
So, and that's why she had to recuse herself. So they're saying that there was improprieties in the office because Kamala Harris interfered, and that gave them the right to try him again for the same charges.
Also, it wasn't dismissed without prejudice. It was just dismissed. See, if they dismissed it with prejudice, then they couldn't bring it back.
So they had a right. Oh, thank you, Jay Sean.
It leaves it open, but I still don't understand why you do it. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Is it fucking that serious? You know, to waste as much time and energy on something like this? That's just my take.
When the most you can get is what you already got. When the most you can get, because it's a liberal court. We're still in Chicago. It's still a Democratic city.
I mean, out of all the motherfuckers that need to go to jail in Chicago, this is what we're doing.
You don't have you speak, and then Jay Sean, that's another fact like that it is in California. It's an overcrowding populated of the criminal population. So people like celebrities get kicked out. When people go to jail in Hollywood, you hear about somebody going to jail, they don't do no time. It's because we don't have no room in California to house them. So celebrities get kicked out in 10 days. Soldier Boy gets kicked out for a serious crime. So he won't do any time in Chicago because we have serious criminals. The first DA that I played from this morning said we dropped the case because we got murders in Chicago. And it was a victimless crime. He said he said, and everybody knows this who's black, who deal with this inner city shit. He said, my office is overrun with cases. I don't have time. He's not lying.
Right.
He got moms calling him crying every day. My son is murdered. 30 murders in Chicago on the weekend. He don't got time for Jesse Bart Simpson's playing around.
And perfect. Let's do some education. The more you know. Special prosecutor. A special prosecutor is a prosecutor who is independent of an office that would normally exercise jurisdiction in a criminal investigation to avoid potential conflicts of interest or to facilitate subject matter area expertise. At the federal level, what is this? Under Section 28, 9-1, a special prosecutor is referred to as a special counsel and may be appointed by an attorney general to criminally investigate an individual or a matter in a case where the Justice Department investigation would present a conflict of interest or in other extraordinary circumstances. Under the Supreme Court precedent of, was it Morrison versus Olson. Congress may also appoint a special counsel through the passage of legislation. Notable special counsels in U.S. history include Ken Starr of the Clinton Watergate investigation and Lawrence Welsh of the Iran-Contra affair.
So goes back to Jay Sean's point. Does this reach that level?
Hell no. This shit is bullshit. Yeah, I think you're right, Perfect Time. This is bullshit. This is absolute fuckery.
Let's hear from the victim.
Because they had to, think about it, man. They had to pull a fucking jury together, all kind of shit, just to come on, man. But this nonsense, and you got some, and Chicago got all kind. It's not even just the
And how
murders.
much money was wasted, man?
Exactly. It's not just the murders in Chicago. You have white collar crime in Chicago. You got all kind of other shit going on in Chicago.
Oh, y'all, let's go the other way. Because this is what they talked about the other day. CNN had to get new CEO and Twitter and all this shit because CNN going broke because they was making more money with Donald Trump. Let's not go to how much money was spent. Let's go to how much money was made. Huh? Because this is like part 2 to a motherfucking movie. And Jussie Smollett then got another case. He happy. His hair looking good. That boy shining. You see that perm? You see how he was glistening when he went into the courtroom? You see that cashmere camel heel coat he had on? He back on television, you guys. How much money was made? How much money was made off the O.J. Simpson trial? You know it took him 10 years to break that down. It took him 10 years to be honest.
Yeah, that whole OJ thing is a whole fucking industry upon itself.
They didn't tell us for 10 years. It was riots. People died. It was a moneymaker. Guess what else? Tupac and Biggie's murders was a moneymaker. The first trial, Jussie Smollett made money so much so that they brought that motherfucker back for part 2, Fast and the Furious. How much did it make? It's on every channel. I'm streaming this shit. How much did the trial make? Fox, CNN, outlets that are fucking, what's the word I'm looking for? Drowning right now, being ate up by YouTube content creators. The fucking chat is saying we better than them. How much money was made off the trial? Not how much money was spent. I don't even think we could count and fathom the money that was made by all the different networks.
To me, y'all better be looking at the news really, really carefully. Because when cases like this happen, it's because they're trying to distract you from something else that's happening this week somewhere in this country. Or maybe somewhere around the world. And they just need an excuse not to pay attention to it. Something that draw your attention away from whatever the hell they're doing.
What? I can't hear you. What kind of sentence should he get? Well, that sentence is an issue. He just got convicted 30, 40 minutes ago. So let's wait and see. We happen to have in this case, one thing that I am proud of is that this court says, we're strangers over here at 26th Street, okay? And we came over here and the court system has done an extraordinary job. They assigned Judge Lynn, who I didn't even know Judge Lynn before this trial, who did an extraordinary job during this trial. This trial got heated. If you all had been back in chambers for a lot of the arguments we had back and forth with each other, this was a difficult trial for any trial judge. Judge Lynn did an extraordinary job. And quite frankly, the fact that the court system kind of opened its doors to us as special prosecutor, didn't look at us as outsiders, but kind of opened the doors and said, come on over, try your case. You're going to get a fair trial. And we did. And Judge Lynn did an extraordinary job. And quite frankly, he's one of the finer judges I've had the chance to practice in front of. And well, there's two things that I think stuck with the jury. Number one, I think my basic argument that it is ridiculous to think that Smollett left his apartment on the night of January 29th at 2 o'clock in the morning to go buy eggs. And that's his explanation for why he ended up right at that right at 2 o'clock in the morning that the brother said is where he told them the attack should take place.
You're right, man. You're right. You're right. It don't matter. Let's listen to the victim. The victim only talked for a second. Let's listen to the victim.
Hold up now. You see who's down there in the chat?
Who we got in the chat?
Gerald.
What's up, Gerald? Let me give a shout out to Sean C. Thank you, Sean C, for sticking with us and hanging out. Make sure you subscribe. Let me give another shout out to JJ France. Thank you for hanging out. Make sure you subscribe. Gerald, it has been a long time. How you doing, good brother? So, yeah, man. Let's hear from the victim. Let's see. This the victim and the victim's attorney.
When I said they would cooperate, that was still knowing that they regretted their role in this. They regretted from the start their role in all of this incident.
Are these fucking people serious?
They're at least grateful they can put this behind them.
Put what behind them? Man, if you don't get the fuck out of here.
Thank you for reminding me. He's going to be fighting tonight with USA Boxing. He's down in Shreveport, Louisiana.
He promoted the fight. He's not even there. You can't make this up, man. You can't make this up. He's promoting the fight. Oh, my God.
This is crazy.
Absolutely, Matt. Bola and Ola they'll tell their story when they're ready. This venue is more for you guys, and it's more on your terms. They want to be able to say their story on their terms, and that will happen very soon.
Can I ask you about the prosecution?
That's not going to age well.
No, they want their time in the sun. That's what they wanted from the beginning. He looks upset.
Now I'm talking about her. She's not going to age well.
Oh, wow. Hunchback.
It doesn't feel good when it's on a national and international stage.
You know, with a slouch like that, you'd think she would top heavy, but she ain't.
I know, huh?
You got to tell that motherfucker to watch her teeth like 8 times. Watch your teeth.
Wow.
You know what, bitch? Never mind. Just stop. Just stop.
The opinions of Jay Sean are not reflective on the Perfect Time podcast.
Yes, it is. Perfect Time told me to say that, y'all.
Against Mr. Smollett, I assume by the Osindara brothers.
Well, she's the perfect woman for a man who loves cigars, man.
For another day. We're so tired. These have been long
Horse is a horse,
days
of
and
course,
hours.
of course. And no one could talk to a horse, of
personally
course,
still have
unless the
practice
horse,
to
of course,
run.
of course, is a wonderful Mr. A.
I can't wait to get back to. He's 12 months old. My son Dylan just had a birthday. So my daughter Tessie turned 5.
Cares about your son. Who hit that? Somebody hit that?
Any other questions?
Somebody shot that club up.
Uh-oh.
I apologize if I'm not using my Nigerian accent tonight.
What? What? He practiced this shit.
Wish my brother luck tonight in his boxing match.
What?
And Nigerian American lives matter.
Oh!
I'm fucking done. I'm out, son. I'm out.
I got this shit. You fuck this shit up, boy. You fuck this shit up, boy. Give me my props. Give me my props. Give me my props.
Oh my God, this can't be life.
Yo, what's
This can't be life, man.
What's up? Yo.
Oh my God.
Nigerian lives matter, boy. On Perfect Timing Podcast, a perfect perspective. Nigerian lives matter. Hashtag that shit. Hashtag that shit. You can tell him Perfect said that, not run tell that. As Joe said, I'm done. Joe said, I came back for this shit.
You ain't the only one, man. I can't do it. No, this is ridiculous.
I didn't come back for this shit, Perfect. I didn't come back for this shit. Woo! Oh my God. Oh my God. He said Nigerian lives matter. Oh man, you guys. Oh, let me show y'all something, man, because I did a fire show this morning on Dante Wright. So I've been talking about the Kimberly Porter trial, right? And I'm glad I got you brothers here because you brothers are very intelligent. Let me know what you feel because I said something to my wife in my audience, and I don't know how many people heard it. A lot of pundits have been saying Kimberly Porter made a mistake. So God blessed me with an antidote, and I'm sharing with you guys and my listeners. So God said to me, this is what I said to y'all. Let's say, Jay Sean, you military. And I thought about my mother, man. And I'll share something with y'all later about that. But I thought about my mother and times that she wouldn't afford me the privilege of saying something was an accident or a mistake. And that would have to do with my actions afterward, right? So, Jay Sean, imagine you military, right? And I take my break and I have a cup of coffee and I spill my coffee on the community table. But when I go back to work, I might be late. I leave my coffee on the table. Somebody come and say, and then you my superior, and you say, perfect, why did you, what happened? Like, why did you leave the coffee on the table? You might not say it like that. You might use something more colorful. And I might say, I apologize. It was an accident. It was a mistake. And then you would say, how could I give you the credit of a mistake when you didn't clean it up?
Good point.
It's not a mistake. There had to be some intention, perfect, for you to leave that there because someone else had to clean it. They only got 15 minutes on their break. They spend 5 minutes cleaning up your mess. So you want me to give you the respect of an accident, but you did nothing to make amends. I remember having this conversation with my mother in tears because it was an initial accident. But if I had done nothing to make amends for that accident, she could not give me credit for the mistake. It can't be a mistake, D. Because you didn't do shit.
Yeah, to fix it. Yeah.
So everybody want to say Kim Porter made a mistake. This video never been played before. 26-year veteran. She was a superior. She was a trainer with her 2 trainees, 3 officers on the scene. And again, nobody was in danger. They're trying to paint Dante as a potential police officer killer, that he was going to use the car as a weapon. But take a look at the aftermath after what occurred and tell me whether or not you agree with your daughter, your child, your wife, and then qualify this as an employee, a professional of 26 years with all of the training. Would you give them the merit of a mistake based on what happened? So let's take a look at this video. Never been played before. Body cam footage of after Dante Wright was shot.
I shot him! Oh my God! Kim, sit down. Oh my God! I got it. Oh my God! Oh my God!
She laying on the ground, a superior officer. They don't have no superior around. She is a senior officer, Jay Sean. You in the military. She laying on the fucking ground crying. They life could potentially be in fucking danger. She laying on the fucking ground crying.
Just breathe.
They ain't called for backup. They ain't called EMT. They ain't did shit. I don't give a fuck how much she cried. You a motherfucking police officer 26 fucking years. The fuck is happening? This ain't no cartoon right now, y'all. Still no phone call. Still no phone call. Still no fucking phone call. Still no fuck her.
So where's he at right now? The boy.
In the car bleeding out.
I'm gonna tell you, because that goes to my fucking argument.
Still, okay.
Let me pause it. What ends up happening, Jay Sean, because she doesn't make the call, is they almost get shot again by another officer who is poorly trained, who gets out the car, who's so afraid he uses the door as a shield, even though he sees the car is beaten, battered, and crashed. He keeps the gun on a bleeding Dante Wright. No one administers CPR. Not this motherfucker crying, not the police officer on the scene. And he says, I don't know what happened. Nobody knows what happens. They end up arresting a dying Dante Wright Because they don't never make the fucking call, bro. They appear on the scene with guns drawn because they don't make the call. It gets fucking worse. And you know that for being in the fucking field. It don't get better. It's like a shit sandwich, you know, clean up shit. Shit get everywhere.
Shit's crazy.
Do y'all happen to know what a psych test is?
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Why is he covering the camera?
No, no, just go, just go.
I didn't notice that, Jason. I didn't notice
We can
that.
get the road shut
You're right.
down, westbound.
I
You're
don't,
right.
I don't think they're allowed to do that.
I didn't notice that the first time I watched it.
Jay Shine, I had told a story about a dog taking a crap on a carpet.
I'm going to show you now Exhibit
And
10.
and most people will grab the rolled up newspaper and smack the dog with it, right? I'll smack the dog with the newspaper too. But my newspaper has a lead pipe in it. Because it's more effective that way. Yesterday, I showed the video of Ahmad when he was stopped by the police and he was tased. He didn't feel that shit. He didn't even twitch. And that taser was going for 5 seconds. I think Kimberly knew how ineffective a taser could be. And she didn't reach for the wrong thing. She's a woman. And she's an older woman now. Do you think she was going to risk pulling a taser and not be absolutely sure that motherfucker was going to work? Because that person's going to be on top of her and she's going to be able to fight him off. A middle-aged woman going to be able to fight off a man. I think she trained that if the situation comes, I'm not going to reach for that taser. Because that taser's a maybe. And this Glock is a definitely. The taser may take care of the situation, but this Glock will definitely take care of the situation.
She got her red laces that night.
And that's why she was saying, taser, 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 and she pulled the handgun. She always intended to pull the handgun. Even if she needed to use the taser, she intended to pull the handgun. Because that's how she trained herself. And I was telling people yesterday, that training that these police officers get, that is the minimum. They can always get more on their own time. Even when they go to the gun range, that is the minimum training to remain qualified.
That's an excellent point, because even in the military, you can get minimum qualifications met, you know what I mean? You know, just to meet, because, you know, you got to go qualify and you can just go do the minimum, you know, but if you want additional training, you can get additional training.
And
if you want to become a marksman, if you want to get a higher badge, you know, if you want to get higher numbers, you know what I mean? Yeah, you can go get additional training.
She hadn't checked her weapon in the previous days. They have to keep a log. In the 2 days prior to the shooting, she hadn't did her log on her service weapon of her taser. It's required by law. She's the trainee. She's a trainee.
And I said, why the hell would she check that taser if she knew she ain't ever going to pull it? I was looking yesterday and I couldn't find it. And I hope somebody out there is able to find it. I wanted to see over the 26 years of duty that she had she ever used a taser, ever in her career used a taser? Because it's important to know whether she ever used one.
And would it work? Was it charged? If she hadn't serviced it or charged it in 2 days, would it work? Was it charged? How many officers carry a taser that's not charged, ready to shoot? I don't think none of us contemplated that because we just assumed that they always ready to go. Is that I don't have one. Do the tasers got to be charged and checked and clean and shit? Are they always ready to go?
Everything has a discharge rate.
We could be walking around.
Even lithium battery things, they need to be charged every now and then. Now, when that's kind of questionable, but when you're depending on it for work and this type of work, you check that shit every day.
And there's actually a process and a protocol for officers to do it every day. And there's a piece of paper that needs to be filled out. And then you can get reprimanded if you don't do it. That's how serious it is, that there's actually a protocol and
But who's going to reprimand the reprimander?
Correct. She hadn't done it 2 days prior to the shooting. We don't know if it's in working capacity, and I don't know if that comes up in the case. Let's take a look at this. This is the brother who pulled him over. Everybody want to say it's a racial issue. Me and Sunclaw said it's not a racial issue. A black man initiated the traffic stop, and the brother is multicultural. His mom is white. It's not a racial issue. It's an issue of poor.
I personally think that it wouldn't have mattered if it was a white dude or an Asian dude. She had trained herself personally. I'm not going to depend on this taser because I don't trust it. I trust my Glock, but I don't trust this taser. If I'm going to reach for a taser, get the Glock. That's where she fucked up, because today was the day where she really needed the taser. But she had already had that muscle memory. Glock, taser, Glock, 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 everything Glock.
And I think that's an attitude of this precinct, which is why they did an investigation and 15 police officers were let go. In the subsequent video that I showed earlier today, I showed the video of the officer who approached the car. And once it crashed, he was terrified, Sunclaw. He was screaming at the top of his lungs.
But perfect, like I was saying earlier, she's the type of person that likes to have that lead pipe inside that newspaper.
It seems like the whole precinct moves that way. I didn't know why they brought in this big investigation, but now I know why and the way it went. And even in the other video, remember on the Ahmad video when the superior came up, he said, what took place? He said, I had to tase him. And the superior said on camera, just to get on camera so everybody's ass would be covered. Oh, so it escalated to where you had to tase him? The country bumpkin didn't get what he was doing. Oh, so it escalated to the point where you had to tase him? Well, I didn't search him. Huh? I didn't verify if he had weapons. I didn't know if he was actually dangerous. Ahmaud Arbery was never arrested or anything on this. On the video that Sunclaw's talking about where they tased him, nothing ever came from that. Because when the superior officer got there and he asked him, what the fuck? He was like, he couldn't justify why he tased him. So you guess what happened in the video where Dante Wright is almost dying, and the superior officer gets on the scene, and this motherfucker scared behind the door with his gun out to the side. He says, "Why you got your gun out?" This shit is amazing. You can't make this shit up. I don't think they like these body cam. The officer in the Dante Wright case, when they pull up on Dante Wright's crashed vehicle, and Dante Wright and his girlfriend is in the car, both of them battered and shot. And there's a cop behind the goddamn door not administering CPR, and the cop that is doing this is a 20-year veteran, and it's Kimberly's friend, and it's a trainer.
Mrs. Perfect Timing had a question. Is it legal for them to have hollow points? Yes, it is legal for them to have hollow points.
In this particular,
here's the thing. When an officer goes to pull their gun and use it for the express purpose of stopping somebody, they don't mean, oh, I'm going to shoot you so that you can stop and then I can arrest you. They want that person dead. And a hollow point is more effective than a regular bullet. You always heard, man, If they had shot you just a millimeter over to the right, you don't have that issue with the hollow point because that thing is going to expand more than a millimeter and get that artery. That's the whole point of those hollow points, to make them more lethal. In one case, they might have been able to walk away with it, but not with the hollow points. And I think as far as the military goes, the military is not allowed to use hollow points. What is the other one? Jay Shine. They're not able to use, what is it, magnesium bullets?
I'm not
Because I
sure.
think it's banned by the Geneva Conventions. Hollow
Yeah,
points
I
and
think you're right.
magnesium bullets are banned by the
Yes.
Geneva Convention.
But
They're
has that
considered to
been
be
updated since?
inhumane.
I gotta look at that again because I don't know where that shit's at now.
Yeah, I think it's still banned under the Geneva Convention.
Hold on, let me share this. This is my video from earlier today. Y'all gotta watch my show, man. This is my video from earlier today. So this is what happened as a result of her just laying on the ground while at work after 26 years of being a police officer, being the senior person on the scene.
Put your hands up! Put your hands up! Put your hands up! Put your hands up!
What is he doing, bro? Is this the training? This your training?
Put your hands up!
They're not responsive, bro. They're not responsive, bro. Look at this shit.
Put your hands up!
I can't.
Gunpoint, 63rd Captain Drive.
Y'all hear this, man? This is sad, bro. This is the training. They starting at $70,000-$80,000 a year. Hey, RB, you a moderator, bro. I just gave you your wrist. Shout out to my brother RB. This is the training. This is the training. When do you start doing the actual police work? When do you start the investigation, everybody? When does the investigation start? Fuck! I got 20-year-old sons! My son would be dead before you be a fucking cop! Fuck!
Start north on the Reds and start 2 rigs. We've got a civilian car injured as well. As soon as we get additional cars, I'll check for injuries. Suspects are not compliant. They're moving around. Put your hands up!
He was gonna shoot again. He was gonna shoot again. He was gonna shoot again. And he knew they were injured. What the fuck, man? And Tim Scott and Cory Booker. Tim Scott and Cory Booker, let the bill drop. We need more training. You gotta get more training to be a motherfucking HVAC. He was gonna shoot again. He's terrified. He said, I'm not moving. I'm not putting my gun up until I get back up. And it was obvious. He testified he couldn't even see in the car. There's no threat. There's no threat to you. That's a girl, a baby girl. R. Kelly, you demonize R. Kelly, but this motherfucker got a gun on a girl. And she's crying that she can't. It's obvious. I want to go back to the picture that show what the car looks like. They show what the Buick looked like. The Buick is destroyed, and you can't even see out the front windshield. This is sad, bro. I thought you don't hold the gun like that.
Hey, sir, stay there. Stay there.
I thought you don't hold the gun like that. Why you don't have a taser?
You directed someone to stay there. Do you know who you were talking to at that time?
I believe it was the person in the injured vehicle.
Which injured vehicle?
The Subaru that was head on in front of me, sir.
Okay, and can you actually see the other vehicle?
So I left that out. So
I have to correct something that I said earlier. It's the Hague Convention and not the Geneva Convention. And that part about hollow points, the United States government did not sign that particular part of that convention. So the United States government is, or the United States military is allowed to use hollow points.
Now, there's a couple things I left out that you just heard about. So what we're looking at right now, this guy right here, he does not know what happened. So there's two scenes. There are two scenes. Dante Wright traffic stop where he is shot. Dante Wright drives off with the gunshot wound that kills him, right? Dante Wright drives off and crashes. When Dante Wright crashes, he encounters this officer. This officer, all he knows is that Dante is fleeing from a traffic stop. He has no information from the traffic stop. Throughout this whole time, Kimberly is on the ground crying less than 50 feet, 50 yards away. It's all on the same street. It's simply down the street from where she shot him. Those other officers are still there where Dante was shot. But no backup, no information came to this officer. And you see the result. Now, let me share one more thing with you, Jason, as a result of her just falling out on the ground. Dante Wright hit an elderly couple. I believe, and they're going to confirm it tomorrow, but the mother got on the stand today and the daughter got on the stand today. But the father who was in the car didn't get on the stand. I believe he died as a result of his injuries. So me and Sunclaw brought out the fact that there's charges of first-degree and second-degree manslaughter for Dante, but she's not charged with endangering any of the police officers on the scene. She's not charged for any of the injuries that the little girl suffered in the injury of the car, and she's not charged for anything that happened to the elderly people. And who covered the elderly people insurance? And is there going to be charges for that elderly man that died? Like, she's getting away. Like I said a lot about Kyle and how he was charged led to the conviction. Her not being charged with first-degree murder, her being able to propagate this theory behind the mistake when she did nothing to clean up her mess. It escalated. It turned into a shit storm because she just failed after 26 years. She just laid down. Somebody else died. Somebody else got into a car accident, and this officer didn't have the proper intelligence he needed to execute the proper CPR. He could have saved Dante's life. Nobody touched Dante. They ended up putting him in cuffs, bro. I'm going to play it so you can hear what he says, how to get him out the car.
On your screen now?
It's just in the corner by my door frame. You can kind of see it right outside my door frame.
He got the gun on the old people. It's just like I talked about with the teachers and the students. The teachers don't give a fuck about the students. The police don't give a fuck about the citizens. It's my first time seeing it. It's your first time seeing it.
Passenger's moving around. I can't see him, but we're going to need to extricate him if he's not breathing. So I'll wait for additional to come up with a plan.
So he knows he's not breathing. He don't put the gun down.
Okay. So female passenger, driver.
Listen.
I just wanted to pause quickly. 2:06 and right on the dot. Would you agree that that's the timestamp?
Y'all got to listen to this next part, to the officer, what he said.
And in your leftmost view on the screen,
it's a reason why the lawyer's stopping him.
1683.
Yes, sir.
Could you tell the jury what you're seeing at this time?
I'm seeing one of the first officers to arrive, which would be a Brooklyn Park Squad.
Okay. And I won't interrupt at this time. You're going to begin to explain the situation to him, I assume?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He's not breathing. Free from the traffic.
Bro, hold on, bro. Hold on. Is everybody listening? Everybody listening? Let me cut my cam back. He said, why do you have him at gunpoint? This happened in both videos, Sunclaw, in the Ahmaud video and now in the Dante Wright video. And you see that Buick this whole time. You couldn't tell from the body cam footage as he was behind the door, but this is what he was yelling at. He yelling at this car that's crashed. This car that's obviously crashed, and he's visibly to see that Dante cannot move and that Dante is obviously not breathing. He assessed that, but he's still screaming at the top of his lungs like he's terrified.
Perfect. I understand that situation completely, and it makes perfect sense.
My bad. Please help me
Because
understand.
they should have asked him, who trained you? Could you point to the person who trained you?
Well, Sunclaw, I kind of
And you know who trained him?
Yep.
The person who's on trial.
Yep.
For shooting somebody.
Yep.
When they were supposed to be grabbing their taser. So does it surprise you that he ain't following procedure?
And he's a trainer also, and he been on the force like 20 years, like Kim. He been there a long time. You can't make this shit up.
This shit's crazy.
Yeah, man.
But I ain't surprised if I get food poisoning at a restaurant where the manager don't wash their hands. And they're
Hey,
the ones who
fellas.
train everybody.
Hey, fellas, man, that shit is depressing. But I mean, rock, man. It's 3 in the morning over here. I'm gonna take my ass to sleep. So
Salute, brother. Thank you for hanging out long as you did, man.
And it's been good hanging out with you, Jay Sean.
always
Take
good,
care.
son, Claude. Always good, man. Peace up, perfect. Yeah, be good, man. I'm over here stumbling over my words. I'm so goddamn tired. I'm gonna go to bed.
Salute, man. Jay Sean, thank you for joining. We done, man. We done. I'm all in a whole nother case, man. This was a Jussie Smollett verdict watch. We done, man. What you got to say on the closing, son, Claude? I'll throw it to you and we're gonna get out of here, man.
I just wanted to say it's good to see Gerald. I'm glad to see that you're doing well, Gerald. These cases, man. I'm telling you, there's something else going on in the news today that they don't want you to know about. Go on ahead and look through those news articles to see what came up today, because they're distracting you from something. It's probably some kind of report that the government was supposed to release today, or something weird like that.
Oh, Gerald trying to come up.
So I think that's what's going on right now. There's some kind of report that had to come out today. They announced that 6 months ago. Today, on December 9th, we're going to release this report. Man.
And instead,
you know what came out in this report?
Yep, you get the Jussie Smollett verdict. And everybody is sitting on the edge of their seat. Ooh, Jussie Smollett, Jussie Smollett.
Uh-huh.
I had double digits in the chat.
And then they can whisper the results of that report. And then that report don't have to be talked about anymore because they whispered about it somewhere.
And they fulfilled their legal requirements.
Uh-huh.
It's like when you post a sale for something when you already sold it. I'll be seeing commercial property like that, and commercial property that you might want to invest in as they gentrify. And you'd be like, well, how did it get sold so quickly? When you know that has to go through a bidding process because they already have selected the person. The only reason they posted it because legally they have to post it. Gerald said they blocked me. But you know what I like? Go ahead, spit. What I like is once I add him to the show, he could automatically come back. Yeah, keep popping in. And you might have to walk outside, man. Might have to bring you a cigarette or something, man.
Man, we need to make alternate arrangements for when Gerald needs to join the panel, man. We need to have some kind of Skype hookup link thing.
Oh, man, he need to use
to get around this ban and the Gerald. They don't want the truth to come out.
We need to get a Kenzie and Red cricket phone.
And you know what? Perfect. Gerald probably knows what report we're talking about, and he's probably trying to tell us, and that's why they're blocking him.
Man, you try to tell it right now, like what's going on with the money. The money is getting fucked up. I know Biden is up to some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you know what my neighbor told me? The dollar store went up to $1.25. I said, how did I miss that? I said, me and Sunclaw gonna talk about that. I was gonna talk to you about. I should have texted to you because I know you could have came up with a fly story on that. But did you know that the dollar store went up to $1.25? He said it was in the news like a month ago. What's that evil laugh? Why you doing that, bro?
Do you remember something called the 99-cent menu or the dollar menu at McDonald's?
Yeah.
Now it's called the value menu.
Right.
Ain't $1 no more.
Ain't $1 no more. That's how they do you in Christmas, the fourth quarter of 2021. You know what else we talked about this morning when I was showing that video I just showed again, is I took everybody back to 2019. I took everybody back to 2019 as we go into 2022. As I say to you, we're in the third year of this shit. People like listen to me a lot of times, and I know I talk with a lot of I'm very compelling with my speech, and a lot of times people think some of the things I say is bullshit. But let me take you back to 2019. And you're going to say, fuck, wow, it is 2020. And it was 2019. And it was a whole year. I call it the year that shall not be named. And if we go back to 2019, there was a time when none of us knew anyone who was sick. And then everybody knew somebody who was sick. Then one of us could say, at least we got sick one time. And then nobody knew anyone who died. Now everybody could say they know somebody who's died. As we go into 2022, this shit has affected us, bro. 2022, and now they talking about Omicron. There's a whole year I don't even talk about. There's a whole year, G-Man, in the motherfucking building. What you got to say?
How you brothers doing, man? What's up, son? How you be, bro?
I'm doing good, man.
Yeah, I'm
Go
doing
on
pretty.
ahead and tell them what that report is before they boot you.
What they trying to distract us from?
Well, basically they're trying to distract us from waking up because, they really don't want us to know who we are, especially us brothers. Because, see, we've been under attack for a pretty good while. And I'm just realizing that now that SunCloud, that I'm so damn old that I'm just realizing, man, they even attacked us in the cartoons. I go back now to the Flintstones and the Jetsons before even credit cards was around. They definitely kept us in a prison. There's a 2-prison system. One is the bars you can see, and one is the bars you can't see. So what you just saw, perfect, was something that shouldn't happen. But I know what should happen to them hybrids. Because, see, what you just saw was the same thing that happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma a few years ago when the dude walked back to his car and that female hybrid shot him. How soon we forget this? See, if they really want to play this game, we can be played, but they have divided and conquered us. This is why you have the sisterhood talking about that I don't need no man. In fact, yes, you do. But they have become the enemies of even their own children. So it's basically what George Bush said. And SunCloud, you're going to like this one. Order out of chaos. And this is all this is. Chaos. And in North America, which is basically Mexico, States, and Canada, the same pirates. Same damn pirates. But these pirates are getting old. So I think it was Tyreek Bay said it, and other brothers who we don't know about said it. You will understand when even this hybrid white man begin to tell you the truth about what's going on. So it's a dead society. Their money's dead, they're dead, and they basically need us to survive. Me, you, perfect, got something that's so adorable that the world can't stand it. It's called 666. 6 protons, electrons, neutrons. Next time you look in the mirror, rub that skin, man. Rub that brown gold that they can't stand because they don't have it. See, all this is just a modern day lynching when they used to lynch us, and I still haven't forgot about that. I ain't gonna forget about that because it was a bad contract, but you lynched us not because of anything, nothing less than but hate and jealousy. Because now I sit back and I go back to Rosewood, which is not what went on in the movie, because Rosewood was a thriving community, such as Asheville, North Carolina, such as Tulsa, Oklahoma, which is the only one they tell us. What you just showed me was just what happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma. You shot a brother. Now think about the brothers they continue to shoot. Think about it. All out of chaos. You know what I'm saying? And it's funny that I just came to the show because I was listening to something. I finally got a day off. And perfect, I just thought about you. It just popped up. Perfect. What is he doing? Next thing I know, I was like, wow, they still beating that drum, which is so cool that you brothers are still, clicking, still trying to, do the damn thing. And I like that. I really enjoy that. I wish I could just sit around you brothers and just drink tea or something and just conversate about what's going on. Because sooner or later we can't conversate no more. They're going to have to feel his heat. 64 fucking years old. Ain't shit changed perfect in St. Cloud. Same shit. And then an investigation bond. That's why you got to go to therealniggas.com and find out how you can get them cops off you. Because when you begin to ask them about that surety bond, they run crazy. Because see, they got money to sue you. But see, now I hate to say it, you got to go at their family. Yeah, I said it. You got to go with them now. That's the only way to get these motherfuckers who came out of the caves of Europe off of you. Since they want to play this economical game. And isn't it amazing when a brother gets shot, guess who lives to get the money and spend it? I'm so tired of us getting shot, man. I'm so tired. I'm so fucking tired of that shit. I am. I really am. So sooner or later, we got to wake up. The preachers ain't going to tell us the truth. They never going to tell us the truth. They're part of the problem, too. I don't like them. So, it's chaos all everywhere. But again, the awakening is happening. This is why they're putting the pressure on, because they want to continue to keep us in a slave mentality when 1/10 of the people who awaken don't want to be slaves no more. And apparently y'all part of that 1/10. I get it though. So you got to keep fighting. Every day you get up, you must fight. And it's an honor to fight. Be honest with you. Perfect. You talk about God all the time, which is basically government ordinance department. When I look at you in St. Cloud, I see a portion and a part of God. I don't have to look in no sky. Their religion and their programs, especially the Vatican, the Catholic Church, that shit don't work no more. It doesn't. And the older you get, you will begin to understand the matrix. As those shields come off your eyes, you will notice it and you will see it. You will get it and you will understand, because I got faith in you two brothers. Y'all beyond brothers. You know what I'm saying? Two intelligent brothers. I like that. That's a beautiful thing. And it's definitely good to hear you guys' voices, man.
You too. I feel the same, bro.
It's good to hear you too, man. Perfect and I were talking about it this morning on how people are still religious.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very religious and very devout.
Yep.
In fact, what is that word for somebody who's extremely devout?
Fanatic?
Yes, they're even fanatical over religion. But the religion ain't in the church no more.
Nope.
No.
To some people, it's the dollar.
Yep.
To other people, it's the ding-a-ling.
Yep.
For other people, it is the wet, the cat. For some people, it's their political party. That is their new god.
Yep.
Idolatry.
Idol worshippers, and they ignore their own God.
Yep.
And put other gods over top of their God.
Yep.
I ain't talking about no turkey leg.
Nope. It's all playing out. And this is why they can get away with it, perfect, because they know our playbook better than we know our own. They know we're going to go to church and we're going to praise. This is why they don't talk about that one brother that was back in the days of New Orleans who got up in that tower and just started banging. And so I understood. They never tell you about guys who go back at these cops. Oh, my God. I've been hearing some stories about older guys' family members. When cops was doing dirty things, family members, two of them went back and got them guys. So you got to understand, their job is to serve and protect. My question is, who you serving and who you protecting? Tamir Rice, that situation should never be, we should never stop talking about it. In fact, we should have dealt with that. And that Trayvon Martin, yo, bruh, do I need to say anything more? Hell, I check the father and the mother. I still want to question in my mind, why was the stepmother crying so much? Why did she have so much love for the stepson? And why the father didn't shed a tear? Why the mother said, hey, I don't think he was trying it. And tell me why this dude's still around.
Gerald?
Yes?
Here's a weird observation.
Okay.
The stepmama ain't gonna see a dime.
Not a dime, brother. But she had love for that young brother. She probably was a.
How sad can you be when you are getting a dime? And I ain't talking about no pennies.
Nope.
Millions upon millions of dimes you'll be getting. How sad can you be?
Yeah, man.
You're hanging
The
out with
only
Beyonce.
person who could be sad for him is the person who ain't getting a dime.
Shit, the person who ain't here. Trayvon.
To even spend it, huh? I'm perfect. How is that sad? That is so sad, man. You know, I analyzed it and I looked, and that's why I kind of backed off and went got me a night job and like, let me look at another portion of life. And you know, here in Canada, they have something called a DI center. Mostly men. And you know why most of those men in the DI centers, even brothers from Africa, when they come here, they come for the American dream. And it's a fucking nightmare. But to hear what's going on over there, chaos. It's like, damn, is this a chaotic planet? Can we even get our shit together? You know what I'm saying? You bust your ass on. You bust your ass on.
It's tumultuous. It's tumultuous times.
Right, right. See, we waking up. You two guys are part of that awakening, because you force somebody who's just riding and listening, just one person, they're thinking. I don't care if it's a 13-year-old, 14-year-old boy, let alone a 60-year-old man who's got to now look back over his life and say, damn, I wasted a lot of fucking time on nothing. They don't want us to think like this. They want us to go to work, die, and go to heaven. Only sad thing is the definition of heaven is the way things are supposed to be. And that's like talk about the colorful agenda. Let's not even wake up that. It's just a bunch of fucking chaos turning in the wheel. So I'm going to take the Neil approach, step out, and just look at it like a movie. And that's what I decided to do. And now I can put this puzzle together. I will say this perfect because you have sons. And I will say this, son call, because you cooler than the other side of the pillar. Look at economics, because they definitely don't want us to wake up. They want us to be permanent slaves. Permanent. Permanent is a very strong word. That means generations won't ever wake up again. The next awakening, we will be dead and gone. In fact, there will be our generations will be dead and gone before another one comes. They don't want us to pay attention to economics. This is why they give you love and hip hop and the ratchet shit or some crazy thing like what just happened. Because trust me, man, all you got to do is go back in history and go with the Republicans and the Democrats. And the Democrats was the one who started a whole lot of shit. Actually, the Democrats was the real Klan. Yep.
Dixiecrats.
Yep. There you, my boy. Dixiecrats. They don't want you to go with that. Then
Do they remember which party Lincoln was a member of?
I think Lincoln was a member of the Republican Party.
What did you say?
I'm sorry. see, son, that's that stuff they don't teach us in school, that when we get out of school, we have to do the damn research ourselves. Even right now, son, I'm trying to wrap my mind around the fact is they say that dude was a brother. They say it was a brother, man. And I've seen the pictures. I'm like, what the fuck? Yes. And George Washington was the 8th president.
Yep.
So you can't tell me that Obama was the first president, but he was the first alternative lifestyle president, maybe. And I'm a lot, but they say there was 7 more presidents before Washington, and all of them was brothers. Hold up. Wait a minute. Say what? So again, it's called the awakening. And I'm as old as I am now a student again, son. I'm a student again. And the shit I'm learning, I was never told. I was not even told about something I found today about the Moorish last Navy ship. Stop, pause, rewind. What? And they had a battle here, and it was at a lake. Wait, what? So that's my famous saying now. Wait. What? Why nobody never told me this? This is why I can't talk to my father. You can't tell me nothing. Take your SIM card and die, because there's nothing you can tell me about us being natives, but you can tell me your mother's father was a native, and I remember him. Who was his brother? Who was his mother? Tell me more. Oh, man, I can't tell you nothing. What? You can't give me no information, but you calling me on empty vibes? Look, I don't mean no harm, dude, but I'd rather talk to Perfect and Sunclaw because it's perfect, and I love standing under the sun.
Powerful.
Yep. I like information. I love it. Y'all give it. You give me some, I walk down that road and go check it out, and I love it. And I can't have conversations with anybody because they still stuck on at zero. You know, when I say things when I'm at work, like, yo, can you imagine, guys, that the Vatican has a library where the walls are 5 miles thick? I am still trying to imagine a wall that's 5 miles thick, and I cannot wrap my mind around it. What did they take? What did they steal? What do they know? Yep. And I know something better than money. Information. Information will set your ass free, man. It will. You know? Again, I love having intelligent conversations with people like Sunclaw and like you, Perfect. Love it. Love it. It's funny, though. I cannot get it out of the opposite gender. It's like maybe one, Lois Lane, the Daily Planets. Anybody else, man? Men are talking now. And it's weird that men are talking and asking questions from everywhere. They come from everywhere. I've heard a Caucasian dude said this as I'm taking him to work, because I work for a temp agency. The dude said, I believe, man, we were hybrids. I say, why you say that? He said, man, because at once upon a time, this planet here was all people of tone. Now, this is a Caucasian saying this. I had to look at him. He looked at me. He said, man, I'm not lying. He said, dude, I can talk about the Anunnaki because I did that research. I could talk about the reptilians. I can't have this conversation with nobody. So he's outside the box. I said, you don't have many friends, do you? He said, I don't have none. That's why it's a delight. And Sunclaw, that's the word he said to me. He said, this is why it's a delight to just, spend 30 minutes with you and just talk while you take me to work, man. It's so refreshing. It charges me up that, yes, I'm not by my damn self. Somebody else is thinking. So, this is why we must protect the future generations, because of now what we're learning. What if, Perfect and Son, that we pass away and as an energy vessel, we come right back in here? What? So now you're throwing away the heaven and hell situation. I don't want to have to worry about hell, because I'm living in hell. Now just think of that brother that just got shot, got a bunch of bandoleros, about 25 of them. That 25 got 25 friends. That 25 got 25. You see what I'm saying? You will stop fucking with us, because we peaceful people. We peaceful. But it seems like they just don't want to fucking leave us alone. And I'm saying this from a 64-year-old man. What happened to that brother happened before cameras came out, Perfect and Son. I know brothers who lost their fathers. I said this on your show before. Richard Pryor made a joke about I'm reaching into my pocket for my wallet. Cops in the 60s and the 70s used to get away with shooting brothers. Can I see your license registration? And remember now, I'm old enough to tell you guys, I remember when there was no such thing as car insurance around. So it seems like this was all set up to attack us.
Or the seatbelt law.
Yes. Back to it again. The Great Awakening. See.
Or back to the time where your driver's license didn't have your picture on it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How far have we come? But it's one thing I know they've done. They've done their best to try to keep their foot on our necks, even in giving us an alternate agenda, to even force little boys to say, I am not a little boy. Well, when you're born, by what's between your legs, you know what gender you are. You're either male or female. It's only one way or the other. But now we're saying other. And then I now have to go in the closet and be careful what I say, because you want to reteach the youth, because they're not after me and you.
And what do you know what I find about that so disturbing? You always tell me don't say black, because the racial concept is a construct that's created, it's fake. But we jump over eliminating the false thing that you created. You still want to divide us by color lines. With the protests and all of this police bullshit. But we got to eliminate what is godly. Me and Sunclaw talked about this morning. The humanity, the spirit. We got to eliminate what is in front of what you just was going to, what I could see, what I could touch, what I could smell. I know it was a 12-year-old girl in one of my earlier shows before I met you guys. She was a genius in Africa. And she said, you guys don't know what you guys have done with interjecting gender into this age population, because she goes to a normal class just to normalize herself, but she do her collegiate work after school. She said, what I've observed in the last 2 years with the 8 to 12-year-olds, and I was amazed by her speech. And then they told us later that she was like a doctor at 12, right? She said these 8 to 12-year-olds, the everything they had, they had a lot of things to worry about, but the one thing that they didn't have to worry about was that I'm a girl and I'm a boy. We're going through so many things, and now you interject this, and it stunted the growth of all the other things that these 8 and all the developmental things that they should have been developing. Character, skills, learning math. They're not focused on their studies, she said, because they're being made to think by their parents to focus on their gender.
Yep. And the stabby wabbit, which I still use that, Sunclaw, the stabby wabbit didn't make it no better. Now the youngsters are actually considering committing suicide. I'm like, wow, they're under that much pressure. Yep. And I'm like, and I'm shocked at that. But I'm older. So this scenario doesn't affect me, because us three, we know about the America's testing of the Tuskegee Institute. We have those things inside of us. So we know, like, we can play chess in our own mind and what they're doing. And it's sad because they have convinced a lot of people to drink the poison, Sunclaw, a lot.
So they get rid of reality and they force us to live by fantasy.
Metaverse.
Metaverse. Yeah. Little Nas X, Little Nas X, Cardi
That's not
B.
a fantasy.
You have to accept. You have to accept Little Nas X. You have to accept Cardi B. You have to accept the fantasy of someone who we've never seen kiss a man. You have to accept the fantasy of a prostitute who's married with 2 children. You have to accept and buy in the fantasy, or you can get banned.
Miss Independent, married with children.
You get canceled.
Throw up all your hands up. I've been married for almost 15 years. Let's be all independent.
I miss you guys.
But the reality, the reality has been destroyed. The norm has been destroyed.
Why does my ice cream have all these flies landing on it? Hey, perfect. Why does my chocolate sundae have a piece of corn in it?
Man.
I'm starting to think this ain't ice cream.
And
it don't even smell all that nice either. And is ice cream supposed to be warm and steaming? I think this ain't ice cream. It don't taste like ice cream either.
Mine is a terrible thing to waste, son. It is. You know, it's the metaverse.
Ice cream. and realize that the people who are selling you that ice cream don't eat it themselves.
Ain't that a blip? Ain't that a blip? Yep. True. It's true. The Great Awakening, son. That's all I can say, man. Some are gonna fade away, and some not. But back to what you said about that fake life. That's that metaverse, man. And and you know what's sad? There's a new future coming because there's an Asian friend of mine say, think about all the nerds out there. They can't get women. They can't do this. Guess what they're gonna do? They're gonna go in this metaverse and make their avatar, and they're going to live inside this metaverse. I'm sorry, but that's extremely scary.
Ready Player One. Have you seen Ready Player One?
Somebody he told, so I'm gonna have to go look at that because he said that to me. So I need to really go check this out. Thank you, Perfect. You're the second person said that.
Ready Player One. It's a book. You might like they say the book is even more, but Steven Spielberg made the movie.
Really?
Yeah, that's why I went to go see it because I want to know why
but
Spielberg.
people go see it and they think that they talking about turkey legs. I ain't talking about no turkey legs in that movie.
They don't get it. They don't get it. Wow. You know what helped me with Ready Player One? It was an Instagram of this beautiful white lady. I don't know why they used this white lady, but she came on and said, and it stuck with me because they used her, maybe because of my generation. And she said, you should be paid by these social media outlets. She said, every day you wake up and you log in and your post generates revenue. If you do not log in, you log into them like a job. If you do not log into these social media sites and you do not post, then they don't make money, except the only difference is you don't get paid. They get paid.
Wow. I didn't know that.
Ain't that some shit?
Wow. You just bro, they about to be mad at you because you just started the campaign.
I mean, it's the truth, right?
Wow, it is. Because
what happened when we stopped logging into MySpace?
They lose money. MySpace lost.
Thank you. You was about to laugh, right?
Yeah.
Ain't no MySpace. What happened when we stopped logging into MySpace? AOL. AIM.
They lost.
What was another one? Netscape.
They lost.
If we don't log in and use it,
they can't get paid.
But they don't compensate us.
So let's go back to the table. Let's make a deal.
Correct. But what ends up happening is the metaverse, and they give us our new idol. Me and Son Clark talked about it today. How did they do it in Kingsman? How did Samuel Jackson take over the world? What do the kids ask for when they come over the house? Uncle, Grandpa, what's your Wi-Fi password?
Yep.
Samuel Jackson said, I'm going to give you free Wi-Fi, and everybody will use it. And he had access to everybody.
You're going to make me go back and look at that movie? Not look at it, listen. Thank you, bro.
And how did they do it in America? Cell phones became too expensive, but we want to be able to create this new sheeple and thought and create a social media feed where we feed you your thoughts. Fuck it, I'll give you the cell phone.
And that's exactly what they did.
Fuck it, I'll give you the cell phone. Because you have to have the cell phone for me to have this metaverse. So what the metaverse is, if you look at Ready Player One, it was about the equipment. So right now, the equipment is out of the reach of poor people. They make you want it. Everyone has it. That's cool. The coolest YouTubers. What do you think the people who can't afford it when the coolest YouTubers have it and they say, oh, you know what? We came up with a government plan because you guys been quarantined and you haven't been doing all this shit. We're going to give you the metaverse for free. Be a fucking line at the fucking store. Be a fucking stampede.
Yep.
And that's the end of the fucking world.
Hey, son, isn't that the same? Let's change it from technology to a chicken sandwich. Ain't that what they did in the Popeyes and the damn line was around the corner? It's the same thing you saying. Food, technology, still playing us with that okie doke. You're absolutely right. They will line up for that phone because I remember when Apple came out, they was out around the block to get that damn expensive phone.
First, we got to give it away
but
for
now
free.
It's free.
It's free now.
Got to give it away for free.
It's free and you got a $150 phone bill.
In
You know
terms
there
of,
are $15 phone bills out there that you could be
yep,
having,
sure
but
is.
because you have this free phone, you paying $150.
Who getting pimped? Who the pimp and who the hoe? Who the pimp? Who the pimp and who the hoe?
You're right. And Sunclaw, don't forget, we're talking about what, a 3-year contract?
You getting a free $1,500 phone, huh? And for 3 years, you're paying $150 a month.
Y'all gonna get me in trouble.
Okay.
This shit got me cussed out because I talked about my wife's sisters and them paying car notes on these cell phones, and I got cussed the fuck out. So something you can't talk shit about. I tried to talk shit about these women paying
I
car notes.
knew of somebody
Got cussed out.
who was having issues. You know, having a hard time paying bills around the house.
Car note on the fucking cell phone.
Had a wife that was working.
Preach.
Behind his back, she had a cell phone bill for her and was equal to the mortgage on the house.
Done.
And this man was stressing out on how am I going to get all these bills paid? And she had a job, a good paying job, and she's dropping a mortgage payment on her phone bills.
To keep up with the Joneses.
This is back in the day when the phone bill was a phone bill.
You know the bitches at work had the phone that she had.
Keeping up with you just said it. See, that's why I say it
And
again.
she had one for each and every single one of the kids.
Cause so she could talk shit and
Hey,
call
you
the
got a
kids.
hole in you. Hey, perfect. I don't know about y'all out there. I've been in situations where I got a hole in my shoe. These are my work shoes.
Keep it moving.
I either get a new pair of shoes or I can enjoy the great outdoors full time. You know the nice part about these bridges? They got all these nice little pet birds up underneath there. And they're so nice, and there's so much fertilizer under there too. So it was either get a new pair of shoes or enjoy the great outdoors.
Gotcha.
And
you simplified that choice
this
too, didn't you?
man was in certain situations where he had a hole in his work boots. I either pay these bills so that my family ain't out on the streets, or I can get a new pair of boots. And his wife, behind his back, for years, has been dropping the equivalent of the mortgage on a cell phone bill.
I hope you men are listening.
Hey y'all. Hey, anybody got crypto?
Me?
So maybe what they're distracting us from is that we should be buying crypto right now. I've been scared to buy crypto, but I'll be buying crypto with my Cash App. Have you noticed how much Bitcoin is down?
Forget Bitcoin. That ain't the one. Ethereum is the mob of this whole thing, because for you to buy any other coin, you got to go through Ethereum. Bitcoin is like in the movie Matrix. It opened up the door for the other centipedes to come in. Now,
and
you would
everything else operates off of the Ethereum network.
There you
Everything
go.
else.
So Ethereum is like, it's like, okay, remember the internet was an AOL, but you needed to get on the internet. What was it?
Is it down right now?
What Ethereum?
Yeah, is it down?
So listen, this is where because okay, remember this. All three of us, the one thing we got in common is not our age, and it's more than even our color. It's the same educational system taught us the same bullshit in different eras, and somehow in the book of life, these creators, whoever they said, Perfect, Suncall, and G, they're gonna talk. We're gonna make sure they stay alive. So they live. These spirits live for this moment right now. Why the hell would all of a sudden I'm eating, stopped, sat back, chilled, and picked up the phone, and the first thing came to my mind, and the football game's on. I ain't even looking at it. Perfect timing. So I said, well, let me get on. So let me speed it up. You always buy on the dip. This is what I meant by the education when I'm going, because they never taught us nothing about money. They didn't teach us that shit. They taught me about pimping. When they got rid of Malcolm and got rid of Martin, guess what they gave me? Superfly and the Mac.
Yep.
That was my training grounds, and I'm fucking pissed because you tried to make me to pimp hoes when women wasn't no hoes then. They had some shit with them, but we just couldn't see it because there was no social media. Now let me go back to the dip. Let me not deviate from the money. Whenever it's low, this is where you stay calm. You buy that dip, you sit back, you hold it, and continue to thrive and do the perfect timing. And your co-host Son Claude, he'll get up here and do the same shit. This is why I always said to you, it might be best we talk about economics, because in this manosphere of having these women coming back to the table, their arrogance and their vanity will not bring them back. This is why you don't need to argue with your girls' sisters. And I hope they hear me. I wish I could meet them. I'll put on a pair of Ray-Bans and put on some earphones. I don't have shit. I don't want to hear shit you got to say, because you just spent money on a material that as soon as you put it on the highway, does it not depreciate, SunClaw? Does not a vehicle lose its value as soon as it hits the damn street?
They get a new cell phone every year.
To the people out there, think about this for a second.
Miss Perfect is talking
There
shit.
are cars out there that are 2020 that look exactly the same as a 2018. There are going to be cars that are 2020 models that are going to look exactly the same as a 2023 model. And you'd actually have to be some kind of super enthusiast to be able to tell the difference. Oh, you see over here on this marker light where it's amber on the upper right-hand corner? Yeah, well, the 2023 is amber in the lower left-hand corner. You see,
There's no difference.
And that's the difference. And you know what the difference in the price tag is going to be? 50%. And you can walk on that dealership and pick up that 2018, 2019 model for 50% off with the same warranty for a fraction of the price.
You got to
and
give
maybe
credit.
2,000-3,000 miles on the car, maybe 5,000 miles on the car, and you paying 50% less.
You gotta admit it. They did a wonderful job in brainwashing. This is even mine. I told her that she didn't need a car. I told her she can tell you. She regretted it. Say, why don't you take my truck? All you gotta do is get me to work. I get back from work and save your money till you save about 10 grand, and then you have another playbook. But yo, let's not deviate from that or talk about the sisters. Let's go back to that dip. Let's talk about crypto. You must, whenever you look at crypto, any crypto you want, type in something called the white pages of that crypto and go in and read the information. It's called contracts. And you tie these cryptocurrencies to certain things, like, let's say the Satama. Satama, they call it the wolf pack. They got mad at Willie D and they tried to downplay it and say Willie D was caught up on wire fraud. Now, apply the game of chess. Who put that up there? The people who in power, who don't want you to buy Satama because they black asses, their asses want to go buy this coin because you can get 1 million coins for maybe $100. Now, if you get 1 billion coins, you are the black Robert Kraft and Bill Belichick and Tom Brady. Because if that coin that you just spent 200, maybe 250, and got 1 billion, if it goes 1 penny, I think now, my math ain't that good, but it is good. That's $1 million. That's $1 million they can't tax. That's $1 million they can't find. This is why whenever y'all see Janet Yellen, and I hope somebody's seen, if y'all see her ass in public, just give her that matrix look. Like, bitch, we here. We know what you're trying to do. So you
Text me
want
that.
to attack.
Text me that coin. Text me that coin.
Okay, dude, and I still got your number. Listen,
I know you
I
do.
will text you this information if you do one thing for me. Text me Son Claw's number so I can be in touch with him.
I can't even text you.
But I can text you though, so don't worry about it.
Okay.
We'll do this.
I text you on Thanksgiving. I text you a couple times just to say I love you and to give a shout out to the family. But
they was hating. It didn't come through, so I'm gonna text you.
It won't let it go through. Yeah. It might be my janky ass free phone, but it won't go. It won't go through.
Well, no, because you got to remember the people who on the what is it called, Son Claw? The plans, the plans. What is it called? The data plans. They control the towers and they control our communication. Right. That's what they do. Because remember, they don't want Son Claw Wall Street talking to the perfect timing Wall Street, talking to the G-Man Wall Street, because that's a triangle. That's two bottoms, 1 point, and next thing you know, in one day we're trading, and we both just came up. All three of us came up with $4.8 million. They don't want us because they are very afraid of us. Because in our culture, we're so powerful. We're very powerful that if I can get the ear for 30 minutes of brothers, hell, and sisters, and even the ones in prison, all we got to do is put together 1 quarter. We could take a penny and put that shit together. We up in 24 hours. I got that from them. This is how much they fear us. But we ain't trying to go out there and lynch and kill nobody. All we trying to do is build and have a good time. But that's too, they don't even like that part of us.
Don't want to hurt nobody. We just dancing, y'all. Kidding, y'all don't know about that kid. I'm dating myself.
So
ain't gonna hurt nobody.
But listen, I will do that. But one thing you have to get, if you want to hold Bitcoin, just hold 500 up.
Check the back check. G, check it.
Okay, I'm going. Okay, where is it? Let me see. Gotcha. So and you can't hang up because I got to get a pen. So now I got to get up. So again, Ethereum is your beast. And this is where you guys come in on this. Ethereum is your Bitcoin. In fact, it's not your Bitcoin. It's our Bitcoin. That's our shit. Because Ethereum is what we can ride in on. But Ethereum is going to open the door for, now get this, I want you to remember this. XRP is the bank coin. It's the king's coin. It's the New World's order coin. Cool. I'll be with the New World. I'll be my own New World order. Sure will. So you got to get into Algorand, Stellar, and XRP. One is gold, one is silver, one is copper. Those are the ones Mr. Donald Trump likes. Yes. See, if you want to fly like an eagle, you cannot hang around a chicken. This is why I like Mr. Trump, because it seems like he was born in the money. And he was born around the money. And he can be arrogant if he wants to, but he's not. But I just told y'all, Algorand, Stellar, and XRP. Y'all can afford those coins because those coins are like, I think XRP is like $1.90. So that's what y'all need to bank on. Get you about 1,000 of them coins. That might run you over 1 million coins. If that bad boy goes up to maybe $2 or $3, y'all do the math. But that Shiba Inu and that Satama, let me play Minority Report and push them aside. And let me bring on Elon Musk and that Dogecoin. I've seen it for myself, Miss Perfect Timing and Mr. Perfect Timing. I saw a metrosexual dude with his little sweat on his back and his little glasses on. It was funny as hell, but I couldn't hate on the young man. 20-some years old. He came up behind that Dogecoin. He came up $23 million richer. Wow. And what I couldn't understand is why a dude that I'm not going to call his name, he was hating on the dude. To me, he was hating. He did say, I get it. But he said the Dogecoin wasn't nothing. What I'm proud of is that this young man came up. That means his friends came up, his mama came up, and so did his father, if he's in his life. That means everybody around him just came up and they're doing some investing. So they're not just out there acting a fool. They're looking at other things. For an example, and I'm throwing both of y'all a curveball, and I want you to look it up as soon as you get off the phone. Go get the AMC stock. Get it now. It's only $29. It used to be $50. You want to get that stock and hold it. What they've been doing to us, Sunclaw, is that these wealthy people been getting paid. When the stock go down, they get millions. When the stock go up, they get millions. They're upset at the apes. I think that's what they call us.
And Gerald, here's something that people haven't noticed.
Talk.
And it's already happened like 2 or 3 times in the past 10 years.
Right.
The market drops. Some computer somewhere fucked up. And the stock market, the bottom drops out of it.
Yep.
They reset it. What?
Yeah. And they get paid.
I'm not supposed to lose money, so we're going to reset it.
We're going to rig it. We're going to rig it.
What?
Yep.
They can reset the market?
Yes, they can.
Not for you.
Say it again, Perfect. Not for who?
Not for your 401k. Your 401k is gone.
Listen, and for the people, I'm telling y'all, somebody's listening right now. If you got a 401k in a savings account, get your shit out of that, because the banks need your money. And the 401k plan, come on, man. That's the biggest scam going. That's the biggest scam going. They did not want us to invest in this pandemic. Notice what I said, pandemic. Messed it up. Because like at 911, what did George Bush Jr. tell us? He said, everybody go to Disneyland or go get a house. That's when they came up with predatory lending. So people didn't pay attention to what was going on in the world. Then these new indigo children, back to the phone. These children cannot do nothing without their phones. But before those children, a different type of adults. These 20 and 21-year-olds, they're trading stock. They're doing things different. Do as they do in Rome. So I'm going to follow them little kids to the promised land, them indigo children. Because one thing I know, they like spending money. Good. I like manipulating money and holding on to money. Because I would prefer, I told you before, I would love to have a beach house, private jet. Go to Arizona, pick you up, Perfect. Go to New York, get some. Come down to the beach house. You're going to do your podcast at the beach house this weekend. We are innovative people. All we ever needed was economics. They took the economics and gave us Jesus. That's why Margaret Sanger said we would use the preacher. Thank you.
Don't stop.
Okay. We will use the preacher. And the preacher is for that money. Now let's get back to that damn dip again. Notice I'm always going to say that. This is why Ohim said, if you look at some of the content creators, they keep talking about the women and the negotiating table. Why aren't they hipping our culture to the economics? Gold, silver, platinum. Platinum's too expensive. It's more expensive than gold. Gold is around $1,600. The only thing anybody can afford is silver. 1 ounce of silver on this reset could go to $10,000. You heard me. I said 1 measly ounce. That would run you roughly $29, maybe $30, $40 at the most. Isn't it ironic that that AMC stock I'm telling you about is the same thing as what they call us, the AMC apes? And all of this started, Mr. Sunclaw and Mr. Perfect, with the Robin Hood and that GameStop shit. When those regular people became millionaires and they said, fuck you, we're not giving you nothing. We'll give you $250,000, but we're not going to give you all $1 million. And then they went to Creepy Joe. And Robin Hood's been under the gun ever since. So that sort of woke people up. saying, you know what? Let's play the game. So yes, I know y'all can afford an AMC stock. I'll say buy it every paycheck. Buy one every paycheck. Now, what I didn't tell you is the possibility of this $29 that you're spending. Now, I want you to think like the wealthy crooks, the elites. That $29 that you're spending on that stock can go from $11,000 to $1 million. Do you see how they play the game? And I'm thinking big because I'm thinking like them, because this is what they used to do. Some of them dying off. That $29 that they spent, Sunclaw and Perfect. Imagine if they getting 10 sections of $29. So they got 10 AMC stocks, and each stock is $1 million. Is that not $10 million? Please tell me if my math is wrong. And then you throw that $10 million into a trust. And y'all heard this before. Be happy and own nothing. They never taught us about trust. They never taught us about law. They just told us that George Washington was the first president and he chopped down a cherry tree, which basically the cherry tree was a representation of the Moors. Symbols will be their downfall, but symbols will be our great awakening. So yes, Ethereum, Shiba Inu, Satama, you got to get there. Algorand, Stellar, and XRP. I'm not going to even throw Tron and them other coins on you because it is a necessity for you to read the contracts. If they tie into some new technology, like Mana. Mana is a new coin that's dealing with the metaverse, which you realize that Facebook changed their name to what? The metaverse. So guess what people are doing now? Buying up that cryptocurrency, and they're getting billions. So if you got a young brother about 22 years old and he coming up with $1 million, he can do anything he want to. He can do anything. Other people trying to come way up, like a person that I know that knows a person, he came up off 60 million of Bitcoin. $60 million. I would never talk to my baby's mother nor my daughters for the fact of the distraction they put me on, because Bitcoin was introduced me in 2009. If I'd have dropped that money, I'd have been $30 million richer. And the generation curse could have been broken. But since they don't want to know about money, then they have every right to be dumb and ignorant. As my friend Steve-O, aka my Morpheus, says, pick your battles wisely. Some of your family members are not your family. Get it?
I like what Ricky Smiley gave me. He said, your family, your relatives, you don't get to choose. The relatives, right. them people you don't, but your family, Sunclaw's my brother.
You too. Y'all my brothers.
This is our family the family is who you choose. But the relatives, he said, them relatives, they ain't talked to me in 5 years. He said, and guess what? I'm all right.
Why you think Charles Barkley said he want to make sure before he die, he spent all his money?
Come on now.
And I understand now why he said that. I do. I really do, bro. So what's happening now is like, we just sitting around chopping it up. This is what I'm talking to y'all about. A lot of people ain't on this because they caught up in the old fiat dollar, but they never educated us about the Federal Reserve and the fiat dollar. They never told us that Bill Gates is a billionaire, but not in fiat money. He's a billionaire. He was a billionaire on a ledger, that's all cryptocurrency is. That's all it is. It's a ledger. It's adding and subtracting. I like that. I mean, if I could push the time button, perfect, I would go back to 20 and take this information to my 20-year-old self. I really would. No children, no nothing, just economics. That's what I would tell to my younger self. That's what Warren Buffett said his biggest regret is. He didn't do this when he's young And I'm telling both of y'all, brother, y'all still young. Y'all ain't hit 40 yet. So y'all still on the playing field. And that one or two or third person that's listening to us who ain't saying that shit in the chat that's writing, and if you're younger, oh, I envy you. I envy you because of your youthfulness. Because to me, I don't have that much time. You, I think the 20-year-olds and the 30-year-old, I think y'all playing field. It's just beginning. It's just beginning. Y'all gonna see things that I'm not gonna see. When you hear these bastards didn't colonize not only the moon but Mars, I believe them because there's not too many people looking over that fence. Now people are looking at cryptocurrency. Now people are looking at trading. Now people are understanding that you are a god. And it's even in the Bible. Ye of gods. If we made in the damn image, what not makes us think that we cannot manifest something ourselves? I take the Richard Pryor approach. I wish everyone greatness. Everyone, especially the men. Because all my life we've been getting our ass kicked like a field goal. And they've been transferring the wealth. And even in my day and lifetime, a man can go to jail for debt. Where does it make sense? It doesn't. So yes, I got you perfect. Son Claude, I got your number. I'll start sending y'all some shit. Matter of fact, when I get off the phone, I'm gonna send y'all some deep shit, and I can't even get this no more. And I'm not even talking about the revaluation of currency. Yeah, that's a whole new ball game. The best thing that ever happened to the United States of America, believe it or not, was a man called Mr. T, aka Donald Trump. And you won't believe it, but I got to give it to him. At least the man tried to stop child trafficking, and I think they did. At least the hub of it. But remember, everything you see now is playing out like a movie. And I'm sad to say it. It's true because most of the Americans, they're not ready for it. They still stuck on Michael Jordan, the GOAT, and LeBron James. Be honest with y'all. Michael Jordan and LeBron James wouldn't even sit at the table with us and talk. But I do know some athletes or former athletes that are normal and would sit down and talk to us. We're the stars in this shit, y'all. You are, both of y'all. Not them clowns on television. They're not talking to us, but ain't it funny? You hear Tom Brady got a commercial talking about trading cryptocurrency? What? Tom Brady knows. There's also a football player who already said, I don't want your fiat money. I want at least 80% to 90% of my contract paid in Bitcoin. Why they ain't talking about that brother no more? Why they ain't talking about him no more? Huh? So yes, you got in perfect, you got children, right? Perfect.
Now, Gerald.
Yes.
Yeah. I got kids.
Enlighten people.
Go perfect.
I got kids.
Son Claude, go. Okay, go, Son Claude. What you was about to say?
Why would this young man want a certain percentage of his contract to be paid to him in Bitcoin?
I can answer that. What's things that make you go from 400, Alex?
Is it because if he had his contract in cash money, he signs that contract gets notarized and put in the record. If tomorrow all you can buy with that money is a loaf of bread, what is he stuck with?
He's stuck, but he's stuck
only
good.
With enough money to buy a loaf of bread. If he just wanted straight up American currency, right? American legal tender.
Mm-hmm.
So he's hedging his bets and protecting himself against the devaluation of the dollar. Is that not right?
Could you actually say that again for the people out there in the audience that did not hear what you just said?
That young man was protecting himself against the devaluation of the dollar. For people who do not know, there was a time less than 100 years ago. Not less, around 100 years ago, give or take, where if you wanted to buy a loaf of bread, Spragen Deutsch, you needed a hand truck, not a hand truck, but a wheelbarrow full of money in order to buy a loaf of bread. That is the kind of devaluation that happened in a country that today is considered a first world country.
Hello.
And it won't even the first time shit like that had happened to them.
Yep.
So imagine this. I buy your goods. Let's say you sell me your house for 100,000, right? And all of a sudden, that 100,000 is worth $10. I come to you tomorrow and give you that 100,000, but I got your house. You can't even go with that $10 and get yourself a Happy Meal at the McDonald's no more.
Sure can.
But I got your house. Fair and square.
Check this out. You're gonna love this one. Both of y'all gonna love this one. They have a radio show here that's called Guess, and just a train to get on that train with you and what you just stated and the ignorance of people. This lady won a contest. Guess that sound. She about 2 Fridays ago, Perfect and Soft, this lady got $40,000 tax-free dollars from winning this contest. They asked this pale face, what are you gonna do? I'm going out and buy me a Birkin bag. I just said, I'm done. The cheapest is $8,000. I think they go all the way to $50,000. So see, I'm done negotiating with them. I'd rather talk to you brothers and talk like this so it can reassure me I'm not losing my fucking mind. Just what you said, for an example, of a loaf of bread. This is why that shooting you just showed, Perfect. This is why that happened. To keep you distracted. To make sure you don't know what's going on. Now, if that brother mind was somewhere else, he probably would be somewhere else. He would. Once you think different, you act different. Don't know why. It's just the way the aura is. This is the way the universe works. You move different because all I got to do is ask for it. It'll come. But you have to it's going to put you in a different situation. That's why I don't hang out much. That's why I'd rather come home and read. Again, what spirit just hit a switch on in my mind? Yo, go check out Perfect Show. Like, damn, I ain't talked to guys in a while. I would love to talk to them. Click. And you always on talking about Jussie Smollett. And then I hear this dude say, what did he say? Nigerian lives matter. Did he really say that?
You know what? I forgot to say this earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all already know what Nigeria is known for.
Scamming, really. Hate to say it.
That's what I was about to say.
Scamming, really, because they
y'all see them perpetrating that, and he said, I'm Nigerian. And y'all falling for this shit too.
Yep. And he said, I'm not speaking in my Nigerian voice. He did say that. I'm not speaking in my Nigerian voice, but they're known for being scammers. But you know what you won't hear them talk about?
So wait, what voice was he using? Is he calling us the N-word? I think that was an N-word joke.
Y'all ever heard of that scam about a Nigerian prince? That's him.
Well, there was a lady, and I can't think of this this lady's name, who said that we're actually native of America. She said, all skin folks ain't kin folks, which makes me understand now why Samuel Jackson say, why aren't there enough American black actors? Why are you bringing all these British over here? And I say that to these British. I don't want you to come over here and act in our movies.
No.
I want to hear about Britain and your struggles over there. Don't come over here and showing your fucking teeth, because I'm not feeling them. I'm literally not feeling Britain people, especially brothers. Don't come over here and act American. We know what America is.
You can't play Fred Hampton, and nobody was brave enough to say that.
Thank you. This shit that's called all American. You're a British dude, don't know shit about football. Don't play me like that. Tell me about my ancestors or my cousins in the British Empire. That's the fuck what I want to know. Stop giving me the same bullshit show. But again, Perfect, this is what the enemy's supposed to do. So what the fuck I'm asking the enemy to do? Treat me right? Well, if they ain't gonna teach me right, they're not gonna teach me right. But what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna watch what you do, aka cryptocurrency, aka gold, silver. Yep, I can get that silver. Yep. I'm gonna look. I'm gonna read. I love it. That's why Eddie Griffin say reading is fun to mental.
Hey, yo, shout out to Kenneth Ross Jr. in the chat with that intelligent commentary. Thank you for hanging out, brother. Make sure you hit the subscribe and the notification bell.
What did he say? I can't see it.
He's been saying a lot of good things, man.
Okay, cool.
Sean C been rocking with us the whole time, but I need to shut this thing down. The family then came in, kids running around, so
they want their attention. You're right.
Yeah, we transitioning into another episode here in the house. So we're gonna go.
Well, listen, let me ask you this, Perfect. How old is your oldest child?
In the house?
Yeah.
5.
And not ready yet. But no, not ready yet. They still in that play stage, which is a great thing. But you do I heard you have a 20-year-old, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you really need to be bumping heads with him about this about what we just talked about.
Oh,
I mean, I would love to be. I wish you would. I would love to be your son, because I'm like, yo, Dad. What did that man say about cryptocurrency?
They lost, man. They lost.
They are. Well, see, this is where then you know what? You have to cut that. Take a knife. Keep trying, but don't waste your time. Cut that knife and cut that boulder loose. But turn around and make sure these ones you got in that house, make sure they're okay.
Yep.
You know. And if you think I'm lying, why don't you just call Serena Williams' father? Because that's a whole nother show right there. How the stepsister is dogging out the father. Like, wow.
Oh, we got to come back. We ain't even did the King George episode, because I heard it was a feminist talking about shitting on the movie, talking about how did Will Smith make a movie about the most successful black women in sports, and it's about a man. And it's about a man. Oh, she went in on Twitter. She went in. She said, "How was a movie about the 2 most successful black women in sports about a man?"
Because without them, him, they would not be where they're at right now.
Say it. Thank you.
They would be somewhere without shoes on, making some brother a meal in a place where you make meals without any footwear on, and potentially with a bun in the oven, if you catch my drift.
I caught it. Like Bob Hayes catching a bomb. Caught it, brother. Drew Pearson. Gotcha.
Can you dig
it?
But I'm gonna give it to you, G. We're gonna go on the closing statements, man, and you take as much time as you need, man.
Hey, well, the only thing I'm gonna say is, hey, man, I miss my 2 little brothers, man. I'm glad that spirit brought me here to say hello, and you know, and like a brother that we grew up in the same house, man. I love you, brothers. You know, y'all keep beating that damn drum. Sunclaw, I'm about to hit you up with a text in a minute, and Perfect, I'm gonna hit you with the same thing. All right.
Salute.
My 2 little brothers. Salute.
Thank you. Love you too, bro. Thank you for joining up. G-Man in the building all the way
Take
across
care.
the water. across the border, from across the border. They let him in, man. I love that, man. They let my brother in, man. So what you got? What you got, Santa Claus, on the close, man, for the people?
Nah, man. I've already said too much. Never too much, never too much. Dum da 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 da. And I better shut up before I end up like he ended up. So let's end this podcast, man. It was a great show.
Great show, great show. Thank you to everybody who tuned in, the new people. Sean C, I think we run over somebody. Sean,
And I'm going to say something controversial.
Controversy.
How you going to punish Jussie Smollett, right? How are y'all going to punish him? By sending him to the equivalent of his Playboy mansion.
Oh, no. Good night, everybody. Good night. Broadcast over tonight.
Think about that shit. Think about it.
Good night. You don't have to. You don't. You do not. And do not associate this with the perfect perspective. Good night. Shit.
I bet.